My obsession in life is apple diseases. That's where I spent a lot of time on this topic. Where I'm from is, let me just operate this. Whoop. Okay, so I'm from IRDA, which is the Quebec Department of Agriculture. We're set up in Saint-Bruno de Montarville in Quebec, close to Montreal. Actually, we can see Montreal from the research orchard, the same way, you used to see Russia from Alaska or something like that. Well, yeah, so that's Montreal there in the background. We produce the extension bulletins for growers, fruit production guides. We operate models such as RimPro, and we'll have a few slides on RimPro today. We hold the sort of meetings you're having today. We hold them on a regular basis throughout the season. We carry experiments, also laboratory trials, but we are really fond of this research orchard that is set up inside a national park. What you see right now are standard trees, but most of the orchard was grubbed over the last 20 years and set up as really a research orchard, and we do all sorts of things there. So, as I mentioned, I have this scab session. For me, is an obsession. So scab is really an unavoidable disease in Quebec. It's what we discuss hockey, but we also discuss apple scab. That's the two topics we discuss in meetings. Macintosh is still, unfortunately, almost half our production, so that explains why we had such problems. And we explained to growers that as long as we're going to have so much Macintosh, we're just breeding for perfect apple scab. So diversifying cultivars is not a topic for today, but certainly part of the answer for not having so much scab, such as honeycrisp, for instance, that is almost immune. We have fungicide resistance a little bit, of frac groups. All of these fungicides are um, sorted in different groups. We're going to talk a little bit about that. So that's an issue. We have a lot of public issues with pesticides, as I'm sure you also have, and so we have to address that, especially people that are in pick-your-own, direct sales, etc. So that's always there. And we have some secondary disease lurking, but not as much as you guys. So some of what I will say today doesn't apply to you, or you have to take with a grain of salt because I worry mostly about scab and you have to worry about other stuff. So other caveats is that we're not the 51st state, so FIFRA isn't the law of our land. So what we are allowed to do is different from you, and so you have to beware of that. Be careful about that. Some statements I will make today are simply not possible in the States. And pest pressure is different, as I already mentioned. So, yeah. So, a word about what dose response experiments are. Many of you know this, but still, if you don't know what dose response curves are, I think the pointer appears. Glenn, can you confirm that your pointer appears?
Yeah.
Okay, it does. Okay. So when you run any type of experiments, as you increase the dose on the x-axis, you have, say, growth of scab will be 100% when the dose is very low, and it's going to be zero when the dose is very high. And you get these curves about how much growth there is for different doses. So I will express in relative scab, one being 100% scab when there's very low fungicide or no fungicide, and no scab when the dose is very high. So your label rate, what we're going to spray, of course, is going to be a very, very high dose because we want to kill scab. But for the purpose of this experiment, I will describe something which is the EC50, the dose at which only 50% of the scab is killed. And you will understand why this is interesting for us. So this 50% EC50 will be different for different molecules. Some will have a very low EC50, it's a very potent molecule, and some products have a high EC50, so you need more of it. And that's normal. Different products, different labels. label rates. The experiments we carry is on potted trees of Macintosh. We use actively growing shoots. We apply the fungicides on the individual leaves, precise dosage. We inoculate ascospores onto these leaves. So we use ascospores. That's the spores the growers face, and we want our experiments to be as close to the reality of growers as possible. Once we've inoculated, then we will make sure we have the infection period so that all the spores have a chance to infect the tree, and we will incubate for a month, and then look at the spots, enumerate the scab lesions, and that's how we can establish this relative dose, and we can do interesting stuff with this. So you repeat this for every product, the different frac groups. The first project we had, we looked at 27 different products. This is the first round. I will only discuss in this meeting the first round, which was done some years back already. We're now doing this sort of work with more fungicides these days. And basically, as I described earlier, is you will have scab in the control without an absence of fungicides. And then as you increase the dose, you have less scab and you chase that EC50. Well, you do this for 27 products, you have 27 different EC values for all sorts of chemistries that are registered in Canada, and most of them are registered in the US, but not all. So from these values, well, you've heard this saying that the dose makes the poison, and I've alluded to that where you have products with low EC50 and high EC50s. And you know of this guy, probably from Switzerland, that said, the dose makes the poison. And we wanted to see if this sort of applies in practical scab control. And so what we found was, something which may not be surprising, but it's not surprising. It should follow that registered dose should be with the potency of the product, and it is. So on the y-axis, you have the maximum label rate. All the units I have in this talk are metric, kilograms per hectare in active ingredients, but I'm sure you can make the conversions. And on the x-axis, I have these EC50. So the 27 different EC50s are in relation with the maximum label rate. So the EC50 value was a very practical value for us to use. From the EC50, we can even predict what the field rate should be. And so we've done that. We've looked at where the EC50 and the label rate of each product falls on this graph, and found different products, different EC50, different maximum registered rate. And we can draw a line across all of these points, and this is the line I will call the regression line of equal efficacy. Meaning, on this line, everything has the same kill potential. The dose makes the poison. The only thing this line doesn't account for is, say you want to put a little bit more than required because of wash off. But I'm not going to go into that because our experiments are not so involved in wash off, and that wasn't the purpose of our thing. But we wanted to see what the kill potential could be, and just in relation to the label rate. So the products that on this graph that appear above this blue line are registered at a high dose. You have a very high registered dose as compared to what is required to have the same kill power. And for these products, you could reduce the dose to just reach the other products that are also at a registered dose. So you take the registered dose and you lower it, and you have the equal efficacy to others. So we've identified products in Canada which have the greatest potential for dose reduction. And so they appear in yellow here. And you have such things as Captan, where we always expect, since forever, that the registered dose of Captan is high. And, we say, well, we need this for wash off and etc. But that makes complicated the task of comparing products. And so we wanted to have a level field where you could have an even comparison. So Captain is a high label rate, lime sulfur, mancozeb. Things like Approvia, newer chemistries, have a label rate which is high compared to what is needed. Inspire Super, etc. And you go down the list, and then as there's less and less potential. Wherever you say B2K in my presentations is potassium bicarbonate, and we really like this mix of potassium bicarbonate and sulfur sold as Cumulus from BASF, and that's really something we like. But anyway, so, and then sulfur, etc. And the last one here is Allegro. I'm not sure you have the same name in the States. It would be fluazinam as an active. And that one is, sort of closer to that blue line. Whatever is below the blue line, that means maximum legal rate will never reach the potential of others. Forget about the margin of maneuver for wash off or anything. They just won't cut it. So Cueva won't cut it. We have people trying to sell us organic stuff like garlic powder, and that won't cut it at the maximum label rate. Serenade. Unfortunately, some newer chemistries also appear here. The Excalia rate in Canada, it falls here, way below this line of equal efficacy, just simply won't cut it. In the States, I hear your rate is higher, which brings it closer to the blue line, but still would fall below the line of equal efficacy. So no matter how you slice it, it can never compete in terms of potential kill power. Oxidate, same thing. Parasol, which is a sort of a copper compound that we have, falls below the line. And Scala, since forever we always considered it was a weak product, well, there's good reason for that, is that their label rate is a bit low. It should be higher to have the equal kill power. So, and then you have products that fall almost directly on the line. And so for them, I wouldn't, the rate registered and the rate you would use would be same. So potassium bicarbonate falls there. Folpan, which is an alternative for us for Captan because we have major restrictions on Captan. Copper oxychloride, Silitus dodine, Fontelis, I think you know, as one of the group 7s, et cetera, et cetera. So some products are above the line, some below, some directly on the line. And once we have that, then we can make tables and say, okay, so we have all these different chemistries. I can say, well, we know what the maximum label rate is, but what would be the equivalent field dose or the equivalent kill dose? And we list that for products. And now, we can talk money because these different products have different prices. So how much does it cost to have the equal kill power? And the numbers vary quite a bit. And this is just an excerpt, but I mean, we've had anything from $20 an hectare to $200 an hectare to get the same result in terms of kill. You might say yes, but these products have other virtues than killing. Some have better rain wash off or whatever, and that's true. There's some products that have issues. My potassium bicarbonate mix is fantastic, but will wash off readily. So it's very cheap, but it doesn't stick to leaves. So,
hey Vincent, can I ask a question?
Sure, you sure can.
Are those equivalent field dose, is that for the active ingredient or for the finished product? That kilograms per hectare.
In this case, it's the equivalent, formulation, because for Captain 48.
All right, so it's the formulation. Okay, so
that is not for active ingredients. Otherwise, I
right.
would write those. So this is the formulation.
Okay, and just for folks, in case you're not used to converting, kilograms per hectare is about the same as pounds per acre.
Yep. So, yeah, so basically, now we have a ways of comparing products, which we never had before, because every person selling you pesticides will say his product is the best, right? And it's a label rate should be good. You're good to go. But then if you had really compared the products based on their potential and their price, you see differences, and you can make a better decision, a more sensible decision. Uh, and yes, depending on other factors, other restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. But at least you have something to go on. And so some of these products have post-infection ability, others don't. So it's not just a matter of price and potency, but at least now we know about the actual potency on apple scab. So we've had fun comparing this with other countries. Glenn mentioned that I'm part of the apple scab mafia. So we meet every year and we discuss apple diseases. And the label rates, they change from Canada, US, France, et cetera, et cetera. And we've looked at this relation in other countries. And there's a interesting country effects. It's sort of a random. We could not find a pattern, but they all follow this relation closely. But for toxicology reasons, etc., which would differ from country to country, your mileage will vary for the same product in different countries, because in some countries the registered rate is high enough, and in others it's not for the same product. So we've had fun, translating these labels from German and Italian and etc., and comparing that, and yeah, found this out, and it's quite a bit of a range where um, you have, sometimes the rate is half of what it should or double of what it should. And the deviations from our regression line were quite high. And so you can take advantage of that once you know what the EC50 for apple scab is, and see how that product rates. So we found no exception to this rule. I mean, we thought, well, maybe our methodology has some limits, et cetera, et cetera. To this day, we're still trying to find limits to this, and I'm open to suggestions. But we've discussed this a lot, and I think this still holds. In our second round with the newer products, we have sometimes what we think are surprises, and in the end, they're not. That product was promised by the manufacturer to be incredible, and it's not. So, so right now, our methodology to sort of predict what should be the rate, it sort of holds. Another thing we did is we dug back to very, very old American literature, and back then, people would rate the different fungicides in terms of how good they were in post-infection. So you would, you have a start of a wetting, and then you would apply products later, and would tell you if the product is still good in those timings. But I mean, this is ancient, and it seems nobody is sort of updating this to the newer chemistries. So that's what we try to do. So our research question is, what we found about EC50 in relation to label rate is the efficacy maintained when you change timing. So if you go from I spray ahead of the rain to I spray after the rain, do I maintain the efficacy? So we use this sort of EC50 as a guideline, and we tried spraying, during rain, early infection, etc. So I mentioned I would illustrate with RimPro. So this is the RimPro software we've been using for a long, long, long time. On the x-axis here is you will have a date and time and rain periods that appear in blue, and when the leaves are wet, and how many ascospores are mature and ready to eject. And the ascospores that are ejected here appear in yellow, and then they start germinating in white here when it's during a raining period. And then once the infection criteria are met, well, gradually the spores will go under the cuticle and infect the host. And at one point, these spores are, you can no longer reach them with protectant materials, and they are under the cuticle, and you have this orange range here of, well, these spores can still be killed in post-infection, but at one point you cannot reach them anymore. Infection is done, etc., etc. So when you spray for apple scab, you can spray in protection ahead of the rain. Material is present before the spores arrive. You can spray during the rain. Our grandfathers did that. I mean, this is something that was standard, decades ago. Is you would go out and just spray during the rain and kill those germinating spores. And Rimpro really helps you determine what's the best timing for that, because we know when the spores land on the leaves, and we know what is the best moment to kill these spores before they infect. And if the conditions are colder, then you have more time to reach these spores than when it's warmer and everything goes fast and you don't have time. But you can also go in after the infection is done. The spores can be killed for some time. We usually describe this in degree hours. Here I write 24 hours, but this would vary with temperature, absolutely. And for a long time, when we have very potent sterol inhibitors, we could go in very late, up to, say, 96 hours after the start of the rain. We could go in and spray them. And can we still do that with our modern chemistry was one of the research questions. So in protection, protection is very good, but it won't cover the growth after the spray. So, you can say, well, I've sprayed, there's going to be a bit of rain that will redistribute this fungicide residue. All the tests we've done in the past show that there's a little bit of a component of redistribution, but it's nothing to write home about. And if you rely on that, you're going to have problems. And so we did a lot of research on that. Unfortunately, that wasn't published. Maybe if I can get Dave Rosenberger out of retirement, he can help me publish that. But we've sort of decided to shelve that because there was more interesting, at least for us, stuff to do with characterizing these fungicides. So protection sprays are not perfect. Growth after the spray is not covered. You can also have wash off of the fungicides. And if the forecast is bad and you sprayed and there's no rain, well, you wasted that material. So protection is good, but it's not perfect. Germination sprays, well, they're terrific to kill scab. They work. And it can rain, it can pour, it doesn't matter. As you hit these spores with that fungicide, as it exits the nozzles of your sprayer, you kill that spore and you're done. So it doesn't matter if there's wash off. But the logistics can be painful. I mean, who wants to spray in the rain at night, etc., etc.? I mean, it's not for everybody. We have people that do that, mostly in organic, with great success, but it's not perfect. Post-infection, well, sort of the same story is you have some, you cannot use every chemistry for that, a reduced pool of products that can do that. Resistance issues, well, that's sometimes something we keep saying, but if you maintain the same efficacy in post-infection, then there is no additional risk of resistance. And so this work, we would try to say, okay, what's the maximum potential for any product? If we stay within that range of post-infection, we're not inducing any more resistance risk. But if you move out of that range, then yes, you have resistance issues. And this is what happened in late post-infection sprays. And this is what was observed everywhere around the world for chemistries, is that efficacy loss was with this abusive pattern of post-infection. So you want to clear away from that. But what is the potential of each product? Manufacturers won't tell you. They will always advise to spray ahead of the rain and don't consider post-infection. But you, as a grower, want to take advantage of this post-infection. That you paid for it, and grow sometimes you will need it because you need to spray after the rain. So you might as well know exactly what the product can do for you. So there you have it. We have different timings, and we tested the protection. I already explained how. For germination, we would move the trees out of our infection chambers, spray them, put them back in the infection chamber. So we had a way of testing that. In post-infection, well, we waited for our infection period to be done. Then we'd spray the trees and rake the scab, etc., as I described earlier. And in late post-infection, same sort of story. We just wait a little bit longer and wanted to see, what is the potential there. So in germination, the results we found was that actually, yes, I have to explain how I'm going to present the results for you. If you like golf, it's a bit like golf. So at 0 is playing par. That means you're good, but you can be better and play birdie or worse and play boogie. But results here expressed as left or right of that 0 line of efficacy in germination is the same as in protection. I'm playing for par. So anything that appears on the right is going to be worse than par. Anything that appears on the left is that there is less scab than what we had in protection, and thus it's better. So 0 is good. It means you're playing for par. So what we found is that all products played for par or better. And so spraying in germination, spraying during the rain, like our grandfathers did, well, they knew what they were doing. An extremely potent way for the same dose to have a better efficacy. And we try to look at the different chemistries to see if there were some differences. Protectants were all better in germination than if they were applied ahead of the rain. Some of the organic, like sulfur, was not better. It was at par, but different formulations gave better results. Like cumulus sulfur was better than plain powder sulfur, so that was better than par. Our beloved bicarbonate and cumulus was the same as liquid lime sulfur, right here, bicarbonate and cumulus. And that's for us is a very cheap and effective way of getting extremely good efficacy. So in the germination window. Bicarbonate alone was never as good. Bicarbonate alone is here. It's not as good as the mix. Anything systemic was very, very good. Group 7, all good. And this is despite that, of course, in my growth chamber, there's rain falling there, and it just kills as the spore is touched. The any product kills a spore. So germination is really, really good. Some products were just they played for par, but they were not stellar. So all of these things like Serenade, etc., that were already showing their weaknesses in terms of registered dose and all that, well, they weren't shining in germination. So we basically advise not to use these things. And so, there's no chance you're going to get something from it. And post-infection, we had a very diverse picture. There are some products you don't expect them to work in post-infection, and that's fine. Our results show that, and others we wanted to see how far we could go. What is the potential? So some played for par. Yes, some were very good, but some were not. And so different chemistries, Allegro, that fluazinam, so which was never sort of rated for post-infection, We always classified it as some sort of a protectant. The label doesn't say it's systemic. The literature didn't say it's systemic, but it's good. It's giving me some post-infection activity. Group 7 SDHI were all equal or better in post-infection and protection. Basically, all systemics gave us that. And our bicarbonate and sulfur, which is right here, was better in post-infection. So that's good. That's something that we will keep on using. Phostrol, phosphonate chemistries almost reached that. We don't advise phostrol because it gives multi-year residues in trees. That's a topic altogether for our talk, but we don't advise phostrol. But it does have activity against scab. Some products were really not, they played for boogie or worse. You expect the group M's not to be good in post-infection. They had, some sort of activity. It's not zero. It's not like they're all the way out, but they clearly did not reach the efficacy that they showed in protection. So post-infection and mancozeb don't work together. You knew that. Folpan, same, copper, not, sulfur, not. That garlic extract not, etc., etc. So no major surprises except for that fluazinam allegro, which was good material there. Serenade definitely not, etc. Now, what happens in 48 hours after infection? Playing for par, again, is 0. And what we found is everybody played for boogie. None of the products had as much efficacy in post-infection as they had in protection. None. So there's a window in post-infection, but don't stretch that interval. And that's why the manufacturers don't want you to use in post-infection, period, because they expect growers to maybe abuse of it. And my advice is, well, be clever. Use the short post-infection window, just don't abuse of it. So Inspire Super was sort of the best with Scala, but the rate of Scala is registered is too low. But Inspire Super was close to being par, but not quite. It doesn't reach the 0. It's still there. SDHIs, etc., other systemics, they weren't like if they were like not working, but they definitely weren't working as well when you stretch the interval. And others were anything here with whiskers that are dotted here means that they had no efficacy whatsoever. So and our bicarbonate, etc., doesn't work so late after infection. So this has consequences. This is really, I think the eye opener is that we now understand how we created problems for ourselves in the past, because what seemed to work short term in terms of extending intervals and etc., it turned out to be we're shooting ourselves in the foot gradually, and you will get by maybe some infections, some years, and then things start to fall apart, and so I don't advise for that. When we look at fungicide efficacy tables that are published, all production guides have some sort of a rating for different products. Is it good and protectant or post-infection? And I looked at the numbers that appeared there. This is the Ontario guide, but you have the same in New York, and I'm sure New England, etc. And I don't know where these hours exactly come from. I tried to dig and find, but it clearly not scientific literature. And so I would advise to be careful about these guides if you cannot trace the source of the post-infection rating. We can't use that. After what we've learned through this project, we don't trust these tables. The take-home messages of this talk would be that maximum label rate, and that's true in Canada, it's true in the US, does not mean equal efficacy amongst products. You can get a registration, but it won't give you the same efficacy. Given that, then there are products that are registered at a high rate you can adjust, and that's good. And you should avoid the products that are registered but don't cut it. And you're very much allowed to choose wisely and get the best bang for your buck. If you know one Group 7 is better than the other and cheaper, why would you spend for the other guy? Spraying during rain, certainly absolutely fantastic. My grandfather used to call that to break an infection, and that still applies. And it can be a good way of getting out of trouble. And post-infection quickly after rain can be a standard component of your strategy against scab. Just don't stretch the interval. And it's going to be excellent, as good as protectant for some materials, but just don't go into these late post-infection sprays. I mean, if you really must do it, then apply at full rate, no cutting corners, and use only the very best chemistries. But caveat is that that's how we created resistance in the past. So that's it for the first talk. So I think, do we have room for questions, Glenn? Is that how we want to run it?
Indeed. That's great, Vincent. A lot to think about. I got one question. Those 24-hour and 48-hour post-infections, what temperature were those 24-hour and 48-hour delays?
Yeah, well, I didn't explain that we did this, or I told you that it was in degree hours. So this was at 14 degrees Celsius for the growth chamber. But
Okay.
in the table of efficacy that we publish for Quebec growers, we have a rating in degree hours. So
Okay.
yeah, so that's how we do it now. We won't say, 18 to 24 hours or whatever like that. We really have a rating in degree hours.
So that 14 degrees C is about 65 Fahrenheit. So it's pretty much ideal scab growth. So if it's a little cooler, you might get away with a little bit longer.
Oh, a lot more. As you get cooler, the fungus is a lot slower. This is something we have a publication on, so that was validated prior, where actually 14 degrees Celsius is I mean, 18 is the optimal, but at 14 we all made the calculations to make sure that that we could translate this from temperature to temperature. That was done in the past. Sorry
Right.
if I'm not being clear now, but yes,
No, I got it. It's just,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Ellen,
So it sounds to me like you're not recommending spraying prior to infection. But if you have people who aren't going to spray in the rain, um, which is better, to spray prior to the infection, right before a rain, or to wait for the 24-hour period?
The problem is you have to define best. In terms of efficacy, it's during the rain, which is the very best. But you may not be able to do that. You don't have the time to do that. To go around, I don't know if it's 10 acres, it's going to be a different story than 100 acres. How many sprayers do you have? So it can be part of your management, but you have to be aware of the advantages and the disadvantages. And this stuff doesn't appear on the label. But can you spray during the rain? Oh, yes, you can. Can you spray ahead? Yes, it's mandatory. If you have large acreage, you will need to spray ahead of rain. And in the sprayer talk we have later, I'm going to discuss a bit of that. So this ties that what you saw now ties with the sprayer talk we're going to have later.
Okay.
so Vincent, so when you spray during the rain with germination, aren't scab spores released over an extended period? So it's going to wash off as soon as you spray. There's no protection the instant, if it's actively raining. So how about the spores that are released 2 hours later and they land? Don't you get infection from those?
Well, we know when the spores are ejected, right? That's why we have RimPro software for that. So we can there are no ejections at night. We know what the dynamics of ejection is with temperature. So you have a very good idea of when the ejections are done for the day, and then that's where you hit.
So it's within about 6 hours after the rain starts at a typical temperature.
The temperature has a major effect on the rate of ascospore ejection, but that simulator RimPro was designed for that. It's not perfect, but it's something we're sort of putting a little bit more science on something that was done back in the days of Dr. Mill's Second World War. I mean, they were doing that. They were spraying during the rain and getting by with good results. And we just confirmed that they were right. We just have a bit better sense of what we're doing when we time it with RimPro and we look at the efficacy, etc. So, yeah.
But you might not want to start spraying as soon as the rain starts because you want to wait for the spores to have time to shoot, right?
Sure. I mean, the germination spray is good if the spores have already landed on the leaves. Otherwise, of course, yes, if you then it's closer to a protectant spray where you apply ahead of the spores, but then the product needs to be there and not washed off, and so you'd want to have better conditions for which to spray that protectant. Yes.
And I'll beat this to death one more time. So if you wait about 6 hours after the rain starts, depends on temperature, I get that, but in general, that's about enough time for the spores to be on their way.
Yep.
Give us their table plan.
Trevor wants to know, can you give us that table of the kickback hours?
Yeah, the new one they just released for the growers in Quebec.
Yeah, the table you released for growers in Quebec.
Sure can. It's not translated, but I'm sure you can do that these days.
We can figure that out, yeah.
Glenn, I imagine you will want me to share this presentation, except maybe for that first slide you saw before the talk. So I will share the links to the presentation and to our what I said as we have extension bulletins and etc. So you can have links to that and to that table of fungicide efficacy. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Well, let's have a round of applause for Vincent. I think next up is John Bunker.
Thank you, Glenn. So I'm going to just give you a brief update on DNA genetic profiling and what's going on these days around the country and a little bit in Europe. There's really two major uses for DNA technology. One is correcting mistakes, and the other is in breeding. And the mistakes are everywhere. They're in every nursery catalog. They're in every collection. They're in the USDA collection. They're in cider orchards. They're all over. They're in Europe. They're in the UK. And DNA profiling can help to confirm or to correct those. I was just in England in November.
You can go stand out in the center.
I was just in England in November, and the most important cider, they have the largest cider production industry in the world, 500 million liters. And the apple that is the most important apple in England in the cider industry is called Michelin, and they just found out it's wrong. So it's not even Michelin. So all these growers are growing an apple they thought was something. This is like if we found out that Macintosh wasn't actually Macintosh. And the Michelin turns out to be an obscure apple from France called Biscay. But anyway, the mistakes are everywhere, and once the process, for those of you that don't know, is there's something that we call a reference panel. Someone has to determine that this is a Northern Spy, this is a Red Delicious. Well, we can talk about sports for a second too, but this is a Macintosh. Once someone determines through the characteristics, a historian, a pomologist, whatever, then the DNA is extracted from the leaves. Then we have something to which to compare. So the DNA cannot invent any new information, but it can make perfect matches every time. So one of our goals is to increase that reference panel, which there's a group of us around the US that's working on that now, so that when someone wants to try to confirm or correct the identity of a cultivar, they have something to which to compare it. I hope that makes sense. But the second most important, maybe even the most important use of this DNA technology is in breeding. And so most apple breeding, as far as I know, I think it's virtually all at this point, but certainly most, is done by traditional breeding, not by genetic engineering, gene splicing, or anything. But what breeders are doing is doing these DNA profiles and figuring out, okay, what is the parent that I want to use, or the two parents that I want to use in my crosses, by looking at disease susceptibility and any other characteristics that they want, lateness in ripening, whatever. A good example of that is Honeycrisp, because what's happening is breeders are now using atypical, more unusual apple species in their breeding. So as you may know, there's about, depending on who you ask for taxonomists, there's about 30 or 40 apple species around the world. The two most important are Sylvestris and Seversii. One is the ancient European crab apple, and the other is the Kazakhstan apple that you've heard of. Those combined over centuries to produce the domestic apple, Malus domestica, Honeycrisp, Macintosh, Northern Spy. All those are this modern domesticated apple that's primarily these two species. So now breeders are beginning to introduce other apple species from around the world into their breeding. And one of the most important of these species is the Siberian crab, which is Malus baccata. And Malus baccata is in this apple frostbite that some of you might have heard of, Minnesota 447. It is one of the grandparents of Honeycrisp, and it has in it the gene for the crispness of Honeycrisp. So it's this Malus baccata that brought the crispness to all these apples, including Cosmic Crisp, Sweet Tango, all these ones that now are Honeycrisp children or whatever. Malus baccata is a very interesting apple. It's the Siberian crab. It grows where it goes to be 50 degrees below zero. And a number of people are now growing Malus baccata and have been actually for over 100 years. It's one of the most important ornamental species in the ornamental crab industry. But it's also being grown now because people are looking at, for example, its frost tolerance. I was just at a conference a few weeks ago with a woman who went to Kazakhstan but there got this Malus baccata and brought it back, and it's now growing in a large stand in, I think it's Missouri. And they had roughly 25 degrees during full bloom and got a full crop from their Malus baccata. No one's going to grow it as a dessert fruit. It's small. It's not a dessert fruit. but it has the potential for imparting cold resistance during bloom. You know, if you think about May 18th, a couple of years ago, we have this frostbite, which is partly mouse picada. We have several trees growing all over our orchard. They all had a full crop during that May 18th freeze. So those are breeding and correcting mistakes are the biggies for DNA profiling. But for me, I'm really as much an apple historian as well, and it's hugely valuable for us too, because it is really helping to tell the story of apple ancestry, which is of course very closely connected to who we are as Mainers, to our Maine history is all tied up in apple history. And just a little one fun thing about that is that now we're working with DNA geneticists in the UK and in Europe. And so they have access to all these really old cultivars that we've never even heard of in the US. And these are the ancestors of all of not all, but most, practically all of our American cultivars. They all have like many of us, our genetics come from Europe. Well, the same with our apples. And many of these ancient European apples are like mega founders of the American cultivars. And one of them, which was called, and many of them don't have names yet. They know the apples very well because they've been able to suss out what are the characteristics of them, but they don't know the names yet of what they are. One of them was called Unknown Founder 13. And then recently, a few years ago, it was identified as Drap d'Or, the cloth of gold. There are 2 Drap d'Ors in Europe, but this was very rare, this Drap d'Or of Brittany. And this past, about a year ago, we were DNA profiling ancient trees on Verona Island at the mouth of the Penobscot. And we submitted it, and it came back as a Drap d'Or, the only one found ever in the US. And this was a really, really old tree and an old farm, as I say, on Verona Island next to Bucksport. So that was a really exciting find. There's also other very important sort of mega parents, you might call them, of the American historic apple that are being found at different locations, including mostly in the Northeast, because that's where the first European apples were planted. That's where we find most of them. So anyway, that's a little update. There's also a program where if you have something in your orchard that you would like to know what it is, it can be DNA profiled for about $50, and through the university, through Washington State University at Pullman. Glenn can connect you with me, or maybe you can know how to find me. There's interesting. Just one last thing. There's an apple called Margil, which is a beloved apple for cider and fresh eating, that turned out that even some of the people at Geneva had it wrong, and so we've been having it's a process that requires a lot of humility, because some people, including some historians, don't actually want their collections to be DNA profiled, because they like to think that they found, grandma's sweet, and they correctly identified it, when in fact they may not have. But anyway, so if you have a question, I'm happy to answer a question. Yeah.
So can you tell us what part of the plant you need to send in for your DNA and how long it takes?
Yeah, so the question is, how do you do this? We do it with the leaves, and we actually do it with the smallest leaves we can find. So the best time to do it is in May or June when the plant is just beginning to grow, and we put them in essentially a test tube with some desiccant, and they'll keep almost indefinitely that way, and then we send them to Pullman.
How long does it take for?
It can be frustratingly long. Yeah, so 6 months to a year. Yeah.
The other question I had is, do you know who's working on GMO, identifying the genes that are related to the, freeze hardiness and breeding that into something? Are there any groups doing that right now?
Well, there's a breeding program called Fresh Forward, which is in Holland. And the fellow that I work with there is named Nick Howard. And Nick was a PhD student at Minnesota, and he was the one who found the true parentage of Honeycrisp. If you look online at Honeycrisp parentage, about 1 million of the hits will tell you one thing, and then another million will tell you another thing, and it's the other thing that's correct. So it's somebody originally thought it was maybe, I don't know, honey golden McCown or something. That's wrong.
Keepsake
is one of the parents.
Oh, okay.
And the other one I think is a Minnesota selection called 1691 or something. And it's Keepsake that's half frostbite. So that's where the Keepsake, some of you know Keepsake. Keepsake is a full sibling of Sweet 16. Some of you know Sweet 16 also. So Nick Howard is the fellow, he's a USer, but he lives in Holland. He's a breeder, and so they pay his salary, but he's become a apple history, like total geek. So he's a brilliant and fun and really interesting guy, very knowledgeable. Yeah, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, I don't think Renae needs introductions. She's been doing some interesting work on peach hardiness.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Len. I'm Renae Moran. I work at Highmoor Farm, and I do a lot with peaches, but I'd like to reassure you that I still work on apples. I take a lot of crap from that guy over there about my peach work. But some of the things I have planned for apples this year, testing sprayable frost protectants. I'm excited about this new project. And enhancing red color. If your apples ripen during a heat wave, they don't color up. And so myself and a bunch of others around the US are going to test some sprayable materials. And of course, preventing bitter and Honeycrisp apples. Let's get back to peaches. Peaches are a very high risk crop in Maine because they don't have the hardiness needed to survive the winter temperatures and spring temperatures. So I've been doing a couple of different things to try and get past this weakness to reduce the risk of growing peaches. And the first thing I'll talk about are the different varieties, trying to identify which ones we should not be planting and which ones are going to do better for us. And breeding new varieties, because I have not been able to find enough hardiness in the varieties that currently exist, with the exception of the rootstock Bailey. So I'm using that to crossbreed with some of the better varieties we have available. And I've made some progress on that project. I'd like to acknowledge the funding sources and the rest of the team here in Maine and in New Hampshire. So we all know that peaches are not hardy. Their bud hardiness in midwinter ranges from -4 to a low of -17. Most varieties don't tolerate temperatures below -15, but the winter before last, it was winter 2023, we had -18 at Highmoor Farm. And we had two varieties that had 10 to 20% of a crop, Garden Beauty and the rootstock Bailey. But hardiness is largely affected by variety. And so that's one of the reasons why I've been doing a lot of research on this, to find out which can tolerate -15. But there are some other complicating factors, like some varieties like to wake up early in the springtime and they have a short dormancy, or what we call the chill requirement. And I haven't been doing much research on this subject, but perhaps I'll pick that project up next winter to identify which varieties are more willing to sleep through the winter, like they should. And another complicating factor is that some varieties don't tolerate wide fluctuations in temperature, and I don't know which varieties these are. So the hardiness testing I've been doing is limited to hardiness in the early part of winter, before they've started to come out of dormancy and start responding to warm temperatures. Most of our bud death does occur in January and February. But I find that trees will tolerate some bud loss and not have any impact on yield. And in some cases, it's beneficial where trees produce too many flowers. And because we don't have good chemical thinners, a lot of peach growers in the South actually hope to lose some buds. But when it's more than 50%, it starts to impact yield. There has been previous research on peach hardiness testing done by Bill Shane in Michigan. And if you're interested in this report, that's the web address. And then I've been doing variety testing for about 5 years now, and I've recently published the results from the New Hampshire trial, and that's going to be published this spring in the New York Fruit Quarterly. And another version of it just came out last night in the Fruit Notes of New England, which I'll send out in my newsletter tonight or tomorrow. There's also the full scientific report available in the October issue of Hort Science, but it's rather technical. Feature hardiness two different ways: artificial freezing, where I cut shoots off the trees and take them into the lab and stick them in a chest freezer and take the temperature down in a stepwise fashion, sometimes to -30. And then I'll take the shoots out and let them thaw and see how many of the buds have died. And then compare survival within the critical temperatures and also try to estimate the LT50. And then I also wait for test winters. And this winter has been a good test winter. Not cold enough to kill all the buds, and not so warm that everything survives. The temperature got right down into the critical range where I can see clear differences between the varieties. So this is a graph of percent bud survival at the different temperatures. And above -4, there's virtually no bud death. Below -15, it's 100%. So these temperatures are useless for figuring out which varieties are hardy and which are tender. And then in the critical temperature range of about -4 to -15, I'll compare all the different varieties I've tested to see which ones have very little bud survival and which have close to 50%. And in the case of Pia 15A and Desiree last year, the hardiest and the most tender variety at this particular time. And then I'll try to estimate the LT50, which is simply the lethal temperature, the temperature that kills 50% of the flower buds. So, because I don't know ahead of time what this temperature is going to be, I'll extrapolate using a mathematical equation that tells me where 50% is and the temperature that corresponds with that. In the case of Desiree, it's -6, Pia 15A, it's -10, a 4-degree difference. So I did this with 33 varieties in the variety trial in New Hampshire, and this is how we ranked the hardiness in these varieties. Most of them turned out to be tender, a lot of them were intermediate, and these 5 were consistently hardy. But I will point out that Scarlet Rose had good bud hardiness, but terrible tree hardiness. And these trees are now starting to show signs of decline. Several of them were inconsistent. They were hardy one year and tender the next. And I think it has to do with their dormancy in response to changing temperatures. So I have a variety trial in Maine now, and I'm using these for hardiness measurements. We have a total of 21 varieties, and some trees did not have enough shoots for to sacrifice for hardiness measurements. So I've done testing on a subset. They were originally selected for hardiness according to the table in the Adams County catalog and for bacterial leaf spot resistance. Several varieties, actually 5 varieties, were not included for various reasons, ranging from lack of buds on the tree or mislabeled varieties in the orchard, and just not enough trees. So they were planted several years ago in a close spacing, and I'm finding the 8-foot spacing is working out just great for the way I train them. And I have 2 years of early winter hardiness measurements. So this graph shows the lethal temperature, the LT50, last winter in January and this winter in December. So it's fairly early in winter. And I've sorted them from hardy to more tender in both years. The LT50 ranged from about -7 to -13 last winter when they seemed to have fairly good hardiness, a little bit less this winter. These varieties were consistently the more hardy varieties: Glowing Star, PF15A, Messina, and Coral Star. And the ranking somewhat changes from between the 2 years. These 2 varieties were among the most tender in both years, PF23 and Summer Serenade. Summer Serenade is one of my favorite varieties, and PF23 is just so-so. So these varieties would be the more risky ones to plant, and these would be the less risky ones. And then 2 varieties were only measured 1 year, Autumn Star and Desiree. And I'm familiar with Desiree, and it's one of the best peaches I've ever had, but it just doesn't produce enough for Maine. And some of you have Autumn Star. I don't know how good it tastes. How is it, Matt? It's just so-so?
It's late.
Yeah,
So
it is a late variety. Ripens with apples. Yeah, not a good trait for a peach. So I also measure bud survival, and last April I got some surprising results. It was a fairly mild winter, and I think the lowest temperature I recorded at Highmoor Farm was 6 degrees above 0. Not cold enough. It shouldn't have killed buds. So I think this was happening after midwinter when they started to come out of dormancy and they were starting to respond to warm temperatures. But most of the varieties had bud survival corresponding with the hardiness that I measured. The ones indicated in green, PF23 had better bud survival than I expected, and Coral Star and Messina had less survival than expected. So there's a lot more to hardiness than I had originally thought. And this winter we had minus 10 at Highmoor Farm, so I immediately went out and collected shoots and started cutting buds and measured survival, and got only 2 surprising results. Desiree, which is one of the more tender varieties I have, had the best survival, twice as much as most of the varieties, and Messina, which is supposed to be hardy, had very poor survival. And Blushing Star, one of our favorite white peaches, had 0% survival. So I'm going to go out next week and repeat this to see how well they've gotten through the rest of the winter. So after 2 years of testing, I've ranked them for hardiness in early winter. And these are the 4 varieties that did the best. And these are the varieties that would be at greatest risk. But I don't know how it's going to turn out, how my recommendations are going to turn out after I start doing the late winter tests, where I put them at warm temperatures and force them to deacclimate and then stick them in the freezer and see how well they do. So this is one of the things I want to move on to in I started doing this winter, but measuring the chill requirement was ruined by the bud loss. So I'll have to pick up again next winter. But trees have this internal time clock that tells them when to stop growing and then when to start growing again in late winter or early spring. And it's based on the number of hours that they're exposed to cool, non-freezing temperatures in the range of 35 to 54. Freezing temperatures don't count. They can't measure that. And it takes a long time, a long exposure to these chilling temperatures for them to come out of dormancy. If they don't get this chilling, the buds will simply dry up and fall off the trees. But if they're what we call a short chill requiring variety, they'll come out of dormancy after as little as 400 hours, and they'll be ready to start growing if it gets warm, as early as November. But most of the varieties we grow here in Maine require at least 800 hours. So this is a graph of the chill unit summation, or roughly the number of hours in this temperature range that these trees have been exposed to throughout last year, which would be the solid green line, and this winter, the dashed blue line, starting from October through March, and indicating when we reached 350 hours, which would be short chill requiring varieties that they grow in Florida and California. Varieties called Sun King and Florida Prince. If you're looking through nursery catalogs and they have a name like that, it's a good indication that they like to wake up early in springtime. But they can't grow, in Florida, they can't grow high chill requiring varieties. But medium chill varieties like PF23 and Glowing Star meet their chill requirement at the end of December and are at greater risk of losing buds in late winter. And no surprise here, Red Haven is one of the higher chill requiring varieties. The dashed line is for this year, and you can see there's a lot less chill units being accumulated through the midwinter, and that's because the temperature was below freezing for a much greater length of time. We don't know the chill requirement of all the varieties, but this is just a quick chart I put together to give you an idea of how much it can range. So after measuring hardiness, I'll measure yield, and this is the yield from last year when we had a fair crop for most varieties. Unfortunately, we had a horrible outbreak of brown rot, so I simply left a lot of fruit in the orchard and just estimated what the yield was for those trees and added it back to the actual harvested yield. And so the estimated total yield would be the dark bars and the actual yield, the blue bars, in pounds per tree, in the older trees and the younger trees. And it was quite variable among the different varieties and somewhat corresponding to hardiness and bud loss that occurred last year. I didn't measure PF17, and it did the best. And that's because the trees I got from the nursery were mixed up with another variety that's much better than PF17. I also look at tree hardiness. When they get injured, it usually shows up around the branch junctions, because this is the most tender part of a tree. It's also true for apples. And this is where I see cankers first. This is a picture of a scarlet rose in the New Hampshire trial, and this was the worst case for the trees, but they're showing obvious signs of a repeated winter injury. So we also range the trees for hardiness or tree decline, and this would be in the 6th year, last spring, and some were showing obvious signs of decline, and these would be the varieties not to plant. Desiree, Galaxy, PF5D, and the 2 others. And these trees were doing best, and no surprise here, Red Haven was one among the best. This is also in the Fruit Notes article. So I haven't been able to find anything that's super hardy, so I'm gonna have to try and breed something that's better suited to our cold climate. And I mentioned that we have a rootstock that does survive our worst winters. And I'm using this as one of the parents and crossing it with Hero Beauty, which I had when I first started, and now I'm crossing Bailey with some other better varieties. Hero Beauty has great fruit quality, but it's not one of the hardiest varieties we have. So at this point in time, I have a collection of seedling trees, 127 in all, and last year the first 7 produced fruit. I call them HF1 through HF7. So we got to eat some of the new peaches. And their fruit size and appearance looked a lot like Bailey, and some of them had the good fruit quality of Hero Beauty. It was quite a mix. I also measured their hardiness. This shows you the percent flower bud survival in the 7 trees compared to one of the worst varieties and one of the best ones. And they were as good as Glowing Star last winter. And then this winter in January, they had better survival than some of the better varieties, and Blushing Star at the 0%. So I was pleased with how well they survived the -10. And because their fruit quality is not good enough for commercial production, I'm going to use these trees to back across to some better varieties. And maybe in 1 or 2 more generations, I'll have something I can share. So this is what I've come up with for peach descriptions. And I've starred some that I think are the better ones within each season. Summer Serenade would be my favorite of the early varieties. The others just didn't have what it takes for commercial production in terms of being tender or poor fruit quality. In the mid-season, PF15A, I recommend it because of its hardiness and its fruit quality. And then in the late season, Coral Star, because it's got large peaches, reasonably good hardiness and eating quality. And Glowing Star is one of my favorites. So, thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions or comments. Yes, Shane.
Do you notice a correlation, like you had January of last winter and December of this winter for the big deaths? There was no snow in December when it was cold. Have you noticed that over the years? Like if snow coverage is.
Oh, okay. He's asking about snow coverage, and we measured soil temperature, and I don't think it got cold enough to do any damage to the peaches this year. We thankfully had sufficient snow through the latter part of winter. And there were some correlations in hardiness between the 2 years. And plant hardiness. I don't know about tree hardiness. Yeah.
Mike, because people are on Zoom and they can't hear you.
Is there a reason why Reliance was not included in the trial? Yes, we already know a lot about Reliance, and my goal is to test new varieties. And I have a limited amount of time and space, so I didn't even include Red Haven. And a lot of people are actually moving away from these varieties and planting other things, so at this point in time, it doesn't make sense to keep planting the reference variety. But there's another reason why we didn't include Reliance, and that's because I think its fruit size is simply too small for commercial production. And maybe it doesn't have tree hardiness. We've had Reliance at Highmoor Farm, and they were one of the first trees to die in one of our initial trials.
Renae, how much do you think the ultra dry fall going into winter had an effect on hardiness?
I think it had an effect on hardiness, but not very dramatic. I think more importantly, it had an effect on return bloom. And a lot of the late ripening varieties have very poor return bloom, whereas the early ripening varieties have good return bloom. So that's going to impact yield as well. And maybe it even impacted apples. I'm not sure at this time. Yes, John.
You know that the fruit load really has a lot to do with that winter hardiness. Can you give us an idea how you might factor that into your breeding come down the road?
Well, I have to think about that. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but
Well, you know, a lot of the homeowners I see, they have overloaded trees and then they succumb to the winter. And so the question is, there's got to be a fruit load relationship,
yeah.
obviously.
Bailey also has good tree hardiness. And, but it also produces an abundance of flower buds. So if the trait is passed on to generations, there's going to be a requirement for good fruit thinning. And I haven't done any crop load studies on peaches yet.
Anybody else? We've got a break now. We got 15 plus minutes. Talk amongst yourselves and we'll be back at 10:45. Thanks, Renae.
Glenn, if you can hear this, the people that are attending via Zoom cannot see the presentations.
Oh. All right, well, better deal with that.
Oh, we're supposed to share screen, Glenn. Share the screen. That's what you didn't do.
Oh, but he was sharing, but we weren't sharing. Okay, so they saw Vincent, they just didn't see you. Okay. All right, well, we'll live and learn.
It's available as a recording through the New England Bridge Consortium.
Yeah, I watched that. That was good. And this will be recorded too, I think, so. So that's good to know. So who's up next? Vincent, so we don't need to record him because he's zooming in.
Bill? Can you hear this? The presentation that I just did is available through the website for the New England Fruit Consortium. And Glenn can send you that link, and he's also recording this presentation, so we apologize for that.
Vincent's gonna give a two-part talk here and I'll let him go.
Okay. In 2020, we had part of this presentation, so I recycled the bits of it for context and everything. That was the title back then, and today would be like a two-part series. Unfortunately, it's not going to be like Star Wars, a three-part or whatever, but two-part series. The first thing I want to say is there is a great resource in Canada, in Ontario. Air Blast 101 is Jason DeVoe published this. It's a fantastic free book you can have, and he has a website up and he discusses spraying and etc. I would say it's an extremely good starting point. As the name says, it's 101. It's a starting point. We wanted to go beyond that. We wanted to say, can we improve spraying, or what sort of improvements are possible for optimization? So I'm going to try to convey the message that there's some things you can do. And there are limits depending on your equipment, your orchard, and etc. So part of it is going to be philosophical, and part of it is going to be practical. So hang on, it's in two parts. So there's going to be a bit of everything in the two talks. So the first part one, cutting corners and scary math. Orchard spraying is complicated. It's extremely complicated. Equipment, you go to buy a sprayer and do you get a cheap actual, or do you spend more money to get an expensive tower? Is that person in front of you just good at sales, or is this actually worth it to put more money? And then, the equipment is one thing, but then the spray settings, what ground speed should I use? Does water volume matter? The different nozzles, pressure? Do I spray all rows, alternate rows? There's no way we can answer all of this in one talk. And that's what the starting point for me was as a scab obsessed person, and my colleagues being obsessed about entomology and other topics, is we don't discuss the elephant in the room, which is the sprayer and how to use it and how to optimize its use. And I'm by no means an expert on this topic, but I tried to tackle this as best as I could. And now I'm sort of involved in this now. And I think until I retire, that's going to be a topic that will be discussed at meetings with growers all the time. So, how often should I spray, etc. Many, many, many points about spraying and that we don't discuss. But we discuss the new insect out there, and we discuss Brimpro, but not the sprayer. So, despite all this complexity, the growers, they succeed in spraying. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the room. You'd be out of business, right? So, you can get efficacy. The thing is, can we be efficient? Both have efficacy. We need efficacy. No efficacy, no apples. But we want to be also efficient about it. So you spray oil for red mites in the spring, and then you have fungicides, and you have thinning, insecticides. All of these different jobs you get done, and you have different settings for these. And there's no system to this, but you know that you need to adjust different spray settings for oil than you do for fungicides. And so you adapt to circumstances, and nobody is sort of actually teaching you and giving you a complete recipe for that, but you do adapt. You do it empirically, you do it through intuition. So for the red mite, the eggs in the spring, you go slower, and you just, because you want to hit all these eggs, it's more complicated. Some people for fungicides, they go, I'll go alternate rows. My rows are I can manage that. It worked in the past, but it's not based on some sort of math or a system. They do it empirically. They do it from what they've learned from others, and etc. You understand that you cannot spend infinite resources and drive 1 mile per hour or whatever that the US figure would be all the time. You just simply don't have time for that. So you need to sort of cut corners. You're doing that. It's impossible not to avoid this. You must cut corners to succeed. Time is money. Spraying material costs something. You know that there's room for optimization. Your current recipe maybe is not the best one. Maybe we can allocate resources differently. But of course, there's a risk, taking that step further than what you're doing. You're going, but am I still going to get efficacy out of it? And so there's room for improvement, but there are risks. But we can identify some opportunities, and this talk will try to do that. You need to reflect on this, on yourself and your style and who you are as a grower, and how much you want to avoid risks, and how much you go, hey, let's go into this, and let's optimize my business. And it's a long-term process. At home, it sort of took me 10 years to go from status quo to now growers asking hard questions that we can't answer necessarily, but moving in that direction. So efficiency versus efficacy. Efficacy is, I killed the scab, that's fine, but efficiency is putting as least resources possible to kill the scab. So you want to botch things, and there's something called the Pareto principle, where 20% 20% of the work gets you 80% of the results, why would you want to put more resources if you got the job done? Well, of course, that invisible enemy, you have to be more cautious and you have to put the bar higher than needed because there are risks there. Wind, weather, etc. I understand all of this, and every person will have a different balance in terms of a peace of mind and how much I can pocket from taking some risks, because some risks, in the end won't pay off if you have scab. But through your gut feeling, you're already doing it. As I said, your mite eggs, best spring adjustments are required. But then for scab, if you have a high inoculum year and a big infection event, and we use RimPro and we say RIM values, RIM values, a very high infection risk. So high inoculum and high risk, you have the same sprayer settings as low inoculum and a small infection. Why is that? So why aren't we doing something about it? We know there's we should adapt the same way we're already adapting for mite eggs. So the same resources should not apply to small infections and big small infections. I'm sorry, and big infections. So let's, we're going to try to botch better as we move along. At least that's what I'm telling my growers, and that's where there's room for them. But what we identify at home, I'm sure will apply to you as well, is growers, they want to stick to what they know, what they've used. I mean, some of this, was you learn from your parents or your grandparents, and so to change anything is very hard, and that's normal. We are risk averse, and your income depends on this. So we have sort of focus groups. We sort of teach of gradually how to be more confident about what we're doing, confident about equipment, settings, and etc. But it's a process. Be ready for that. So one thing we're teaching is that you could use alternate row as a way to split risk. This topic was mentioned earlier in the Apple Scab talk, and I told you there would be a link, some sort of a link. Well, how you use these different moments for spraying. So your first coat in terms of applying fungicides is you go out in protection ahead of rain and you apply alternate rows. So you spray your whatever rate you wanted to use on that whole orchard, but you just run one row, you go every second row. So at the end of that process, you have half a dose that is out there. And if there's no rain, well, you only wasted half a spray. You haven't lost all of your resources, only part of the resources, because the weatherman was wrong, or all the staff from NOAA got fired, whatever, but you have wasted only half the resources. But if there's a small infection event that occur, nothing major, but it's a low RIM value, and your equipment was good, and we're going to talk about equipment, and that their coverage is enough. Well, that's where you would apply the Pareto principle, is that, good enough. And you would have confidence because you have the equipment, you have the knowledge, you have the etc., the experience, and well, that first coat, despite the fact that it was alternate row and there's half the rate out there, there is going to be some sort of coverage across all the rows and across all the trees, and that's going to be good enough for this low rim event. So when they apply the second coat, well, the second coat is that RIM value shoots up. You have Honeycrisp versus Macintosh. Honeycrisp much less scab risk. So why would you spray as much on honeycrisp than Macintosh? Makes no sense, right? So you have you account for inoculum, you look at that rim pro value, and how much growth occurred since that first coat, and then you can decide if you go for that second coat of painting of fungicide, and then you would go out and you spray the other half of the orchard. You would start during the rain, during that germination window, if you can, if you have the resources, a sprayer, manpower, etc., you can do that. And during that early post-infection window, which exists, and you don't stretch your interval, but you fit your resources so that you can go through that. And that way, you split your risk, and you spend in many events less resources to spray for apple scab without increasing your overall risk because you knew what you were doing. Often we discuss about all these spray settings. One that comes back all the time and is a sort of became some sort of a running joke at home is the water volume. We use liters per hectares, you use gallons liters per hectares and gallons per acre. But newsflash, water is not a pesticide. We obsess over water volume, but it has no activity against pests. And in actual fact, there is no direct link between the volume of water you put in your sprayer and the deposition of the pesticide that is in that sprayer. None whatsoever. I mean, in the old days, we could apply dust without any water whatsoever. We would dust sulfur. And then the drones, they have very low volume of water and they can still get the job done. So why do we obsess over water volume? Makes no sense. Actually, if you use a lot of water, you reduce deposition. And that was demonstrated over and over and over. But why do we have that obsession over volume is, of course, an indirect effect of travel speed. You travel slower, you put on more water. But it's not that the important factor is not the water. The important factor is that you were driving slower. Driving slower brings higher deposition. It certainly does. It's the equipment you use, the number of nozzles you have that are open, it's the speed that you travel that will impose the volume. And that's very, you need to grasp that. I had fun chatting with ChatGPT, and unfortunately I didn't translate this to English. But the conversation with ChatGPT is, oh, ChatGPT, tell me what's important about orchard spraying. Is it the size of the droplets? Is it the travel speed, water volume, etc., etc.? And unfortunately, that robot is very, very good at certain tasks, but says, well, it's the water volume that's very important. And then I started to argue with ChatGPT, trying to explain that it's the travel speed, blah, 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 blah. In the end, it sort of said, you're right. I didn't see that through those eyes. And that's what we collectively need to think about is we obsess over water volume, but it's not important. And artificial intelligence also needs to know that. But yeah, so water volume is not an issue. The other things that I try to teach the growers is that what you're doing on your big old standard trees, if you're getting good scab control on these huge targets that are hard to reach and etc., that means if you're good on them and you're applying the same recipe on the small trees that are so thin and open and etc., you're being excessive about it. So we should adjust the resources to the size of the target. And how to do that, we can discuss, and there's going to be some of this later. But think about that. Why would you spend as much money protecting small trees that are easier to protect than the large trees? If you're good on Macintosh, you're excessive on honeycrisp. We covered that, etc. There are many aspects of this about the misallocation of resources, which is the lost efficiency. Once you have efficacy, you have to think about efficiency. And that these resources, you can do other stuff or put the money in your pocket. So to obtain the efficacy, it's easy. You've always done that. You're a successful apple grower. You know what you have efficacy, but you should demand to your consultants, researchers, etc., recipes to help you with the specific aspects of efficiency, of the art of not the deal, but the art of cutting corners. The straight ugly reality of spraying is that it's it's all over the place. You go out spraying, and this is here is we have a fluorescent dye, whatever it is, and you can do this with kaolin clay, and you look at the coverage of leaves, and some leaves have nothing at all. Some leaves have excessive coverage. This is different from the top surface of the leaves to the bottom surface of the leaves. We have gradients from the lower side of the tree to the top side of the tree. How in the world can such a lousy job of spraying have efficacy? But it does. So we know perfect coverage is an abstract concept. It does not exist. It will never exist. What we want is just enough, no more, because you have other things to do. And so what is this sweet spot of just enough, but not too much? Well, we can look at this coverage and the deposits, and that's where the dirty math comes. But we're not going to go into the dirty math, just to show you how we can use it. Each of these leaves that has a different coverage, some of it is excessive. So we have here the deposits on individual leaves. Some have a lot of deposit, and some have no deposit at all. And then, some, they're in between. And this is what is called the distribution. And, you can calculate the average deposition. That's easy enough. But you can describe this whole thing in terms of math. You can do a lot more with this, and you can convert this to some sort of a mathematical form, that distribution, and it will have properties and still describe very well what was going on. And the other thing that is important here is they have mean, and the other number that helps you describe this is the coefficient of variation. And with the mean and the coefficient of variation, we have the whole story of what's going on in your orchard. But we don't look at that. We only look at the rate you put in the sprayer, and that's it. Well, you've learned earlier, and because we do dose response and etc., so we know how much I'm going to kill with the different amounts of products. If you have leaves with low amounts of products, well, you're going to have a low dose, so a low kill. And if you have a high dose, then a high kill. And so if we added all of these slices of leaves, we could calculate what the actual mortality or how efficient my spray is. I add the leaves with the low amounts, I add the leaves with the high amounts, and let the computer do its job, and I'm going to calculate mortality. And of course, if you're dealing with scab, it has to be high, but it won't be 100%. You're not covering every leaf. It can never be 100%. And that's fine, because, inoculum won't reach every leaf. It's sort of a casino, and the lower the inoculum, the less scab lands on the leaf, and the easier it is to spray, because if there's not so many spores, you can do a sort of a lousy job of spraying, and it's going to be quite enough, because you don't have so many spores to kill. So using the mean and the coefficient of variation, this variability, and knowing the potency of that fungicide, I can calculate the mortality. And I go, okay, here we have 95% mortality. That's fine. That's in this situation, very good. If I look at different orchards, different sprayers, different, etc. Well, I see distribution is going to change quite a bit, and it's not going to be so nice. And the mortality, might be 80% and not 90% or 95%. And we have these simulators right now. We can do that. That's something that we just enter the EC50 and we enter that mean and coefficient of variability, and we have this dynamically calculated. We can even put this on the web, and it's all dynamic, and that works. And if you look at different growers, you expect that they're going to have a different mean and coefficient of variability because different orchards, different everything. So the tree is wider, but if the tree is denser, if you go slower, if you go faster, all of this will have an impact on the mean and coefficient of variation for the deposition. Air velocity is a big one too. If you blow too much air and you blow across to the next village, you're going to have less deposit on your trees. Makes sense, huh? So why are we using 540? Because on the tractor, there's a line that says 540. But adjusting the air is a great way to adjust the resources, the amount of fuel you're going to use. So not only reducing the RPM reduces the fuel, but it increases your deposition because you're keeping the spray on your tree. Sprayer quality, if it blows evenly and etc., you're going to have a better deposition. So this is where your more expensive sprayer comes into play here. Maybe we want to have a more expensive sprayer because it does a better job, and then, if it does a better job, then maybe I can drive faster and make it even again because I'm allocating resources differently. So this was compared across in Germany across different orchard systems where you have 3-row beds, which we don't, this is an ancient production system, but slender spindle or super spindle, and you would have settings depending on individual growers that have their different styles, different beliefs, different everythings, and a system of adjustment that I will describe a bit later, called AOS 43. And we looked at, again, the mean and the coefficient of variation and how much kill we expect from that. And of course, you get some variation across the board. The growers, of course, they know how to have efficacy. They know how to kill scab, so they have high efficacy, but they're spending too much resources doing it. Whereas if you have an alternative system that is more efficient, you apply less resources and you maintain efficacy. And that's going to be your goal, is to increase the efficiency and keep efficacy. Not too much of it. You don't need perfect efficacy. We've established that. So maybe you want to aim for a number, and that number can change depending on your inoculum in your orchard. But say, you have a sort of a high inoculum orchard, then you should aim for 95% mortality. Not higher, but not lower, Have a low inoculum orchard, well, maybe you don't need to kill so many spores. There are not so many spores out there, so you can get by with a even lower mortality. That's something we never sort of approached in the past, but is now possible. And how do you do that? To play with this? Well, I'm good. I'm good enough now. I can. Well, you can go faster and do a more lousy job of spraying, and keep that efficacy while increasing efficiency. Deposition efficiency varies with speed. That's good. We can play with this to always increase the deposition, but we don't always need to increase deposition. We just want to do our job done. It's enough, but not more. So adapt the dose, that mean dose. Maybe we can reduce the dose, and it can make very big differences. If I go 4 kilometers per hour, 12 kilometers per hour, time is money. It's going to be a big difference. Same dose adjustments that we used to, sort of did it by intuition. That captain rate is always too high. We can cut it in half or something. Well, maybe we can sort of design a system so on which we have more confidence in how we cut these doses. And that's where that AOS 43 sprayer setting, which is a start. It's not the end of the story for us. It's a work in progress where we're improving on that. But there are many growers in Europe using this. But I'll be honest, even at home, I have just a few growers lurking at the AOS 43 and going, I know what I'm doing now, but this is a step for me. But we're getting the ball rolling and people are asking questions, so we're making progress here. And the way it sort of works once it's implemented is we would prescribe a speed in your orchard, and you would adjust the air to the conditions that you face that day. If is there wind, is there no wind, and then you just drive, and then the relative dose you apply would change from block to block because each block is different. But that's all you have to do is you adapt to the forward speed, and you just go. Different blocks, different speed. Well, you might be listening now and saying, oh, yeah, but my recipe is good. Why would I want to mess? If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Well, I want you to sort of change because you can botch with more confidence. If you save money in the end, I have a growers like that says, since I changed my sprayer and I changed my settings, I go on vacation in the winter. So it matters. So that's the first talk. I thought I would break sort of here and we can rejoin after lunch. How am I doing on time, Glenn?
You're good. We got a minute or two.
The next level discussion is we have a local expert who does a ton of sprayer calibration that New England veg and berry growers funded him and all that work. And George Hamilton, how much do you think water sensitive paper and coverage depends on your changing here in the A03 AOS 43 adjustment? Because that's basically what you're getting at. It's making sure we have the right coverage, correct? Speed and wind doesn't matter, not blow through the other rows. Is that the way you're correlating a lot of this data?
Okay. The problem with water sensitive paper is that paper doesn't move with the wind. It doesn't have the same sensitivity to small droplets or large droplets. It's a very well, English is not my first language, so I have to be careful the words I use, but it's a rough estimate. It will give you, that leaf was sort of hit or not, but it won't go beyond that. And Jason DeVoe really likes water sensitive papers, and I respect that in that his point is if people are at least using water sensitive paper, it's better than nothing at all. And he is entirely right. But I want to sort of move forward. And in the next talk, I will show you how we can move beyond water sensitive paper and do something about it. Because my nifty graphs of mean and coefficient of variation, that's all nice for science, but how can you apply it? That's for the next talk. But yes, there are steps in the past, but we've sort of looked at it. And how are you using your water sensitive paper? Are you doing anything with that? Or you just go, good enough.
For instance, as a reference, says they're doing sprayer calibration. Now I've got 4 sets of spacings in my blocks, 25 foot, 20 foot, 16 foot, and 11 foot, and tree row spacings from 20 feet, 16, 8, 2.5, right? Each block we calibrate at a specific speed, specific RPM correlating to about 50 gallons per acre, and use water-sensitive paper to the number of nozzles and the pressure to normalize coverage per block. That's where your application of speed adjustment per block comes into play. The only coefficient standard that we're using, which brings me to question, is the set RPM of 540 with speed. So we have a constant wind velocity and a constant RPM. You're just changing gears. In your presentation, correct me if I'm wrong, you're also saying, hey, how am I bringing the wind speed volume down to hit the target more effectively?
Okay, there are 2 points in this. If I could, which crop are you doing this already right now?
In apples, I've done it on 5 different sprayers, all the different blocks that we're doing.
Because you said something about adjusting the coverage so you have settings that will bring an comparative coverage. That's fantastic. I am not aware of this work. Where is this? Because
this is all throughout New England. George Hamilton retired from the University of New Hampshire. How many people in Maine have used George for their calibration? There's like 9 or 10 of us in the room, where he comes out and first he does volume calculations to make sure the nozzles are outputting and the tire size and timing with the sprayers. And then his third level is the thing from Europe to capture the leaf coverage and using water sensitive paper. But the thing that he's not doing right now with some coverage is on our higher density slender spindle, tall spindle stuff is lowering wind speed to save fuel. That's something that we haven't brought to the next level in our calibrations, which is what is very interesting in your presentation. Plus, when you bring the sprayer up to 10 to 12 kilometers an hour, your ass is bouncing out of the seat.
Well, of course, your mileage may vary. It depends on the orchard condition. Yeah, I mean, speed. Every grower, I tell, there are some growers going 12 kilometers per hour, and they convert it to miles per hour, whatever. And they go, "Are you nuts?" And no, some people can get by with it, but it cannot be done in every orchard for sure. But if George, what's the name is?
I'll have Glenn email.
George Hamilton.
George Hamilton.
I know him. Oh, yes, I know him. But if in effect he has you guys adjusting speed so that you can go faster in certain blocks, good news. Fantastic. AOS 43 just brings sort of a system to that, so that it's an Excel sheet that will tell you what speed to go. But
that's what we're interested in relative to fan speed. That's the last correlation that we don't have, is fan speed on a sprayer, which I think is very interesting to a lot of folks.
You need to be able to dissociate the amount of air that is blown from the ground speed. Through the gearbox, you go, if I want to go at, say, 8 kilometers per hour, then on your gearbox, you need to have a setting for 8 kilometers that will give you different air velocity profiles. So through a different gear, you have so that you have a 540 RPM setting for that speed and a 350 RPM for that ground speed. You understand what I mean?
Yep. Okay. You're adjusting airspeed versus RPM and travel.
Correct. And that's one of the aspects of gaining. So ground speed, air speed, many ways to gain in efficiency.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is they're mutually supported methods. And if you use like the AOS 43, you would get like some estimates to try out. And then Jason DeVoe, who's the Sprayer 101 guy, he's all about water sensitive paper, to try that out and see where the water's going. And in terms of the water sensitive paper, Jason's, very adamant that when you look at that water sensitive paper, it's not like you need the whole paper turned blue. It's very, actually, it's surprisingly little. He calls great coverage, and he's tested that all over the place. So it's a good system, I think.
Yeah, no, we've done all that here, and I've done that. A bunch of other people that have worked with George, I think, have done that. It's just the fan speed and air speed that's missing in his application, which I think this spreadsheet would be useful for a lot of us to save a bit of fuel.
But if I may, it's also an empirical system. So water sensitive paper, we can move beyond that, because if you change your droplet size, your water sensitive paper is sort of biased and won't help you. We want something that is more into the actual deposition than the apparent coverage. And we're aiming towards that. I will show you that in the next talk, but it's great that you are open to this idea of, hey, if I can go faster, let's go faster. I have growers at home that are very conservative and they say, this is the settings I have and I won't change that. And I'm sure you've faced growers like that. So bringing in as a first step the water sensitive paper to build confidence towards you can go faster. That's fantastic, but we can move even further than that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think on a lot of older sprayers, when you decrease your PTO speed, you also lose pressure.
Yep.
In newer machines, that's not necessarily the case. But if you're going to adjust speed, you have to be aware that you have to pay attention to the pressure change as well.
Agreed, and that's maybe one of the reasons why you want to maybe shelve that old sprayer.
All right, I think we're ready for our next speaker, which is Trevor. Another round of applause for Vincent. Give me a lot to think about.
Glenn asked me back again. I think this is the third time we've done this at this meeting. So some of the stuff we're going to talk about is the same, but a few of you have gotten them to try some of these new pieces of equipment, and a lot of the stuff's new. So just everybody knows me, Trevor Hardy, Brookdale Fruit Farm, Brookdale Farm Supplies, New Hampshire. Today we're going to look at pruning for a minute. There's been a lot of recent studies on different cordless hand tools. I wanted to present some of those. A bunch of mechanization stuff, hedging, mowing, ground cover systems, and some new stuff in trellis, automation, and then for those of you that didn't go, quick update about what they talked about at IFTA, which is some neat stuff. How many people got cordless hand pruning tools in here? Lots of us. The market is quite crowded. There's quality tools, there's not quality tools. A lot of us started with the backpacks with the cords from either Felco or Infico. And good thing is it's all getting us new tools instead of using muscles all the time. I don't know if that's great for fitness or not, but there's a lot of difference in battery life out there. Jason, I'll forget his last name, at the University of Kentucky about a month ago just did an analysis on cordless tools and money for battery life. Guess what the winner was? These Alpen Swiss tools. So this is Alpen, part of Felco. The number one is this Alpen 32, which is this little guy right here. This can do 1.5 inches to 1.6 inches. They got a larger one that can do up to 2.25 inches with a cable. We've had this brand for a little while, but in all of the studies he was doing, even if you have like an existing DeWalt power system or Makita or something like that, the cold temperatures of those batteries don't last like these other ones that are designed for pruning. And my crew has had these out in single digits, and they're going 5.5 hours on one battery. You get 3 of them, and this is less than 3 pounds. The one with the pole extension, I brought the clipper, I didn't bring the poles, an 8-foot pole. That one back there is about 4.5 pounds, and the battery can go that long too. So there's also a chainsaw. I know Art got one recently, likes it. A few other folks that share the same thing, these tools. So the cordless market is expanding to make our lives easier. I can get that study published for you, but there's lots of other knockoffs. Not saying these knockoffs aren't valuable, but price per dollar, you looked at what could cut the blade life, battery life, and ease of use of the tool, and if it was serviceable or not for parts. So there was like 5 things he compared, and this line was the winner, which was kind of neat. So that's just a little about it in the catalog. Something we've seen a lot of traction here in New England with is that Wild Horn 32 and the locker with the pole. So that's a little bit that's new. Hedging. I know there's a few people in here doing hedging, but hedging, everything that people were talking about, IFTA in the last 2 or 3 years is with all of our H2A labor costs going up, any mechanization we can do in the orchard to save labor, whether it's on high density or even big old trees, is our huge cost savings event, because it's costing us a lot more money to do these things than it used to try and do these trees. There's lots of different hedgers out there. This is just some photos from IFTA, some different options. More people are getting into top hedgers. This was something that was unique that was on the tour. This is a double hedger window that's being made. So you have the hedger in the front, and this custom built following machine is actually lawnmower blades in the back. So that's getting rid of every limb that's bending more than 30 degrees either up or down. So it's basically cutting pocket windows in light so that every apple's holding in there and it's not bending too high or too low. There's 3 people using these in Western New York that are built right now, which I think that's a very interesting innovation that's new. Of course, some of this stuff's going to be variety dependent, but when you go back and look at some of these trellis systems with limbs bending up, limbs bending down, you'll go through with the hedger, and then you'll do some interpretive pruning where you don't like the looks of that limb going up or limb going down. People have now adapted to try to make those decisions and take them away from our workers, so that's kind of cool. And for the bigger trees as an option, in the last year I've sold 2 of these in the lower corner, the CRF X's with the blades, so we can actually cut up to an 8-inch branch. Not that a lot of people want to do that, but I'm sorry, not 8-inch, 8-centimeter branch. A 3.5 to 4-inch branch. It'll cut 4.5 inches. It just depends on travel speed. And that thing's gnarly. You don't ever want to get in front of it compared to a hedger. But I've got 2 guys that have those. One's in Pennsylvania, one's in the Hudson Valley, versus the regular hedger on the CRF. That's just one option. We carry 3 companies. The one you don't see a lot more in use is this option 8 they have on the bottom, which is that horizontal skirting bar. I'd like to think that we do want to see more of that, especially if we're getting into weed mechanization under the canopy, because that gets rid of all the low limbs and everything else that's kind of in your way that you forget about, and it takes that decision out of your hands. But not a lot of people opt for that. The neat thing about this system, though, and I've only got one of these in the country with 1 year of experience now. This is what Europe does a lot with now, is for blossom thinning. This is high density apples and peaches. And this is a relatively new tool that's different than the Darwin. I'm sure we've heard about the Darwin wire thinner that was a fixed axis that spun. People use on peaches and some organic apple blocks. This is unique in the industry, called the Florix, where each of the heads individually rotate in or out as they go across. I think 2 years ago I showed you a video of this working, but as you can see the whips on that as it's going down the bar, each of those arms can break away, so it can really work its way in and out of the canopy to help you with blossom thinning. Am I saying buy blossom thinner? No. I think it's an available tool for a lot of organic growers and stuff. There's some concern about how much the whips damage bark if we're in prime fire blight season. But for organic growers, it's a tool. For conventional growers, I see it a lot in peaches and some other stuff. Apples, with our traditional thinning methods, I'm not sure, but this is presenting some tools in a toolbox that are available. And that's exactly where it went to some larger organic growers. Plus, what they're saying is the Florix Plus up there, you can angle 1/3 of the bar to change and adjust for your canopy size. But what's nice is this company is standardizing these tools on one frame. So you just change the bars. So you buy one set tool and you can adjust it how you want. These can get front mounted, rear mounted, or you put it on a hitch for a quick attach bucket, put it on forks that way. Platforms, anybody in here using a platform yet? Just me? You guys got one, don't you? You used to play with one.
Yeah, we've got several,
Yeah.
but we're not using them.
Why are they using them?
Crew operation, they scare themselves and then they don't want to do it anymore.
Because they find out they're more efficient or make small work together.
Because they almost tip it over.
Well, that's a different problem. I don't have as maybe as bad as the hills you have, Harry, but we've been using this Revo since 2015. OESCO sells it. We own one. I rent another one for them in the fall. I haven't bought another one yet because they're about $100,000. This has single-handedly changed our harvesting. I put 7 men to a crew, 6 on the platform, 1 guy running around with a fork tractor. Then we take the harvest unit off and use it in the winter for pruning. We leave it out all year long. We only found 1 error in the machine where there's a little hole where the mice get in, and we quickly fixed that. But as far as efficiency and productivity, I'm getting 1/2 bushel per acre more per man using this machine than my best picker is going hog wild. And the bruising reduction is crazy. So even for larger or smaller growers, the reason I'm putting that up is for orchard technology. This is people. You don't need 6 people to run it. You can run it with 4. You can run it with 3 if you really want either side. 1 guy on the ground. It depends on speed. Or if you're doing a mixed orchard where you have a lot of pick your own, you can use 2 people with this just to pick the tops of the tree, and it really makes it a lot safer. This is the high-end model. There's other models out there that are available, but I think the industry in other locations is going more towards automation as far as what we can do. They talked at IFTA about the auto harvesting robots and stuff, and the as they call it, the matrix of the web of the tree. They can't get robot arms enough to get consistent enough to not bruise the fruit. They were seeing 30 to 40% bruising harvesting with robots. So there's still the value added of the man. This is just taking a lot of lean principles and manufacturing principles and standardizing the flow and the travel speed of the platform to either spot pick or a strip pick in the field and makes everybody work together as a team. And this one self-steers and self-levels. So I haven't had a Jamaican flip it over. I did have some high school kids go in the orchard and try to steal it, and they drove so freaking slow, they drove it right into the brook 2 rows from where it was, threw the key and ran away. That made an interesting news story because I think they got frustrated that they could walk faster than this thing. But that put a new realm to orchard safety. We don't leave the key in it anymore. But we can go 5 days on 6 gallons of fuel on this thing. It just putters along. It's pretty amazing. This is one that a bunch of us have purchased. This is the biodynamic frame from Renae, and this one's called the SLR. This is what I call the weed whacker for the orchards under the rows. Libby's has got one going on. Art's got a cultivator version of it. I've got about 30 of these out in use between the country. I got a bunch of them in Michigan too. What this does is it's a vertical weed whacker. So since the strings are vertical, just like the tree, it hits each tree and doesn't take the bark or take the material off and takes care of all the weeds up close to the canopy. You don't have to have high density to use this. You can use this on semi-dwarf settings, peaches, other stuff. The limitation is how far out that arm, how far out the reach of that lower arm can get under the tree canopy. Semi-standard stuff, I don't think it would work too well on because it can't get under there far enough. But it's literally just weed whacker twine. So you can put this thing down, turn it on. It takes 2 to 3 remotes to side shift, and you can get an automatic one to change the tilt or not. The trick is on the aluminum spindle that's spinning to have the back end of that spindle stick up about 5 degrees so that it won't pick up if you've got drip tape on the ground. If you're fancy enough, you can get a double-sided one. But none of my rows are that accurate enough to, or flat enough to deal with that. But the thing I like is at the end of the season, cleanup. So nobody's perfect. That's my stuff from this fall. That's an older block where, hey, you know, the leftover weeds, the bindweed and stuff, we killed it, but it still looked like crap. So going into the winter and wanted to get that out of the mice and pull some leaves out and stuff, we're just cleaning it up. You can see there some of the bark flakes that are dead on the old white paint because we hadn't painted those in about 4 or 5 years. It'll just take some of the flaking off, but it's not actually hurting the tree. You don't see any fresh break into the bark layers of the tree. The whips, if you have to recut them, they're 4 feet. and there's 18 pieces, so you can go between 2 to 6 hours before changing those, depending how aggressive the weed whacker is. I had one grower buy one in Michigan, and he went out the first week in August, organic guy. The weeds were taller than him. They were like 6 foot tall under the canopy, and he expected to go in there and have this thing mow it down. Many of you are used to using a hand weed whacker. When the weeds are that tall, what do? Eat through twine like really, really fast, and it's taking you forever to get anything done. The same principle applies with this tool. If you're going out there when the weeds are already 3 or 4 feet tall, you're going to use more twine, you're going to have to go slower to get something done. The idea of this machine is to make 3 or 4 passes a year, and you can send anybody out to do it when you don't have time to get that herbicide done. It'll clean it up. So multiple passes, uses of this tool is relatively easy. You don't need a lot of horsepower to run it. I had it on an old spray tractor. You can do it with about a 35 horse tractor. You just need about 3 gallons a minute of hydraulic flow and at least 2 sets of remotes. The only trick with this type of machine is, since that hydraulic motor is spinning that weed whacker spool, you also have to have a third line that free dumps hydraulic fluid back into the case of the tractor, or it blows some seals. You can also add cultivation tools if you want to cultivate under the trees, or the one that a lot of folks like is the brush sweeper. So I can take that weed whacker head off, push that brush sweeper on for the winter, pull everything out, chop it up with a flail mower. So you got one tool that can have about 7 different implements, which is really kind of neat. And this is just showing what it does even on some young 2-year-old trees. So the tree's got to be at least 3/4 of an inch to 7/8 of an inch thick, and you can go on some 2-year-old stuff. And that's just a picture of how it's cleaning up. That's right down in Greenville, New Hampshire, in an organic cider block.
What travel speed can you do with that?
So it all depends on the thickness. So this photo here, where the weeds are relatively short, right? I'd say they're not 6 or 8 inches tall, and that's mostly grass. I'm going maybe 2.5 miles an hour. If I got some tall bindweed or some other stuff that's growing up into the canopy or something, I'm going to cut down to maybe 1.5 miles an hour. You can tell just by how much it's raking out if you're doing it or not. It's really quite a useful tool. The thing is to pre-cut the whips and stick them in the spray tractor so somebody doesn't have to drive in or rewind them. Yeah, I've got Jamaicans using this on my farm, and I trained up 2 guys to use it. They used it all year long until the air conditioning went, and they left the cab door open and cracked that in the first row. Then I got a little mad, but they never broke the machine. It's just if they forgot to get the twine, then they drive halfway in, if they were halfway through the day, to restring it. And you just take a knife, you cut the old ones off, and you pull through the loop to redo it. But this will single-handedly change stuff where a lot of us are time limited or application limited to get out there and get herbicide done. Or you can change it to organic environments, not even do herbicide. Anybody putting wood chips down? A little bit. So everybody's kind of working on under canopy soil health. This really helps if you put it down mechanically. The whips kind of help distribute the wood chips flat. The thing the Europeans try to push is a lot of this cultivation. This is one of those tools, a PRT Turbo. This is too aggressive for anything, I think, for us in New England, because it disturbs, even though a shallow amount of soil. A lot of us are on side hills or stuff. If it rains, that topsoil is just gone. I've sold a couple of these to vineyards, but I don't see it too much for orchard, because it does, like that photo right there in the grapes, that's only tilled down 1.5 inches. But if we get a bunch of rain, that stuff's washing and we're not getting coverage of our roots. Some of the interesting things that people are looking at too with increasing soil health directly under the tree row is side discharge mowers. I went to the show in Ontario. There was 3 different distributors trying to sell those in Canada, and we don't have anybody, even I don't have this yet, trying to put that grass or those clippings under the tree to decompose and increase organic matter under the tree row. I don't know about distributing more weeds and grass under the tree row if that's what you want to do, but that's one of the ways they're looking at doing it. This is what I'm doing a lot of, is wood chips. So I've got a larger mill crete that can distribute chips on one side or another side, because we'll get a lot of side hill erosion, or we'll lose In a changing weather, we'll do some topsoil with our herbicide strips under there, as seen in that photo. And just a light 2-inch layer of these wood chips help stabilize everything, and we're increasing organic matter. You don't want to go thicker than 1.5 to 2 inches, and I think that picture doesn't do it justice, but it's a very small amount of wood chips, and then we go back through with a weed whacker and kicks them around because you don't want to increase habitat for the mice. But down in the southern parts of the state, there's a lot of people doing this now. Mark Parley, Motugas, CN Smith. There's a bunch of guys in mass doing a lot of this right now with the light amounts of wood chips to help increase soil health under the canopy. That was a bit of mechanization of what we're doing under trees and tree row volume. The next thing that has still been expanding, I've been talking about it for 3 years, is getting data at your fingertips. This is the Toro Tempest system. They sell it as irrigation automation. It can do that. I got more and more people buying it just for field telemetry sensors, soil temperature, soil moisture, air temperature, weather station data. So it makes a LoRa radio bubble that communicates about 1.5 miles in diameter. That's a mile. I've seen it go 1.5 miles. Through trees, uphill 100 feet, doesn't matter. All the units work on 9-volt batteries. This is an overlay of some of the systems we have in our farm. The lower part of the picture, I have a fully automated orchard. So that's got soil moisture sensors, air temperature sensors, leaf wetness sensors, and we have sap flow sensors that all integrate to the irrigation controller, and it automatically irrigates all that stuff. I don't touch it. I just say, this is how much water I want to apply per week. It calculates it and does it. Then I have the same system there over our packing house, and that keeps track of all of our FSMA stuff, my cooler temperatures, my apple tank wash water temperature, my veggie line pack temperature water. So all of that I can then dump right into Excel and give to the food safety inspectors when they want to know what the information is. And once you buy the system once, there's no service subscription with it. So that's really key. There's a lot of other systems out there, but this one is freeware, and you own the data, and it dumps right into Excel or CSV, and you can run everything from your smartphone. So if anybody's diversified and has greenhouses too now, you can get temperature alerts or frost alerts. And where it paid for me, I'll show you in a minute. This is an example here. That top one is, this is what Toro actually uses for their marketing slides. It's a green room temperature. It's one of my coolers. And I like this slide because going across, you can see the blue line there, the variation of the different solenoids turning on and off to turn the cooler on. And then right when it jumps up, I can tell you when my sister-in-law hit the pipes because she pissed me off that day, didn't tell anybody she broke the cooler. And it took 3 days for us to notice that all the gas leaked out. And you could see where the temperature was nice and consistent across it. So down in that lower thing, that's where we can set a high and low temperature thresholds to alert me. And the reason it didn't alert me is you see that bar where it's even, I had the high temperature set too high. So I had to wait 2 or 3 days, and I looked at the data and I said, oh, it wasn't alerting me because it's still under my high threshold. So I had to lower that high threshold so I could go find the mistake that she hit the pipe with the forklift and didn't want to tell anybody, you know, on working with family. But I love it as a story. It's a good representative sample. But how this thing paid for us is back in the killing frost of 2023, on June 17th, where a lot of us lost apples and vegetables and stuff, this temperature alert system I had in the strawberries, and the weatherman said for our region it was going to get cold at 1 in the morning, and this thing was texting me at 9:17 p.m. that was already 33 degrees in the field. I started my frost protection and saved the strawberries. I didn't do anything to save the apples, but the wind machine just made it worse. But without this, I would have waited till 1 o'clock and we would have lost the whole crop. So that base station and just a temperature alert with an unlimited amount of use is less than $2,000. And then you can add up to 30 units to it. So it's pretty cost effective, and you can see the stuff on the web and do all of that. So the reason I bring that up too is once you get this system, there's a lot of tools now that they've expanded that say you just buy a sensor and you look at some stuff. you can draw a box over your field of range once you use the platform. And this is live satellite ET data that they go over. You can see in the bottom of the screen, there's all the different dates you can pick. And that just shows you what fields are wet, what fields are dry. And you can see if you're doing an effective irrigation job or not. And you can overlay that with evapotranspiration potential for that given day to see as a color code if you're doing a good job or if you're doing a bad job managing your crops or if they're under stress. So that's a new tool that I don't think anybody using satellite data, no, kind of neat though. When you start looking at it over time, you can actually see when you irrigated a crop and when you didn't, or if it's under stress visually. And they update about every 3 days. So that's something they give you. And this is the next level stuff. This is the sap flow sensors. I've got 5 people using this in New England, and it's at 2 universities right now. It's with Cornell, with Dan Donahue, and Clements has it at the UMass Research Farm right now. It's in 5 different rootstocks, so we can measure sap flow, and it gives you the actual evapotranspiration versus the planned and how much in inches of water to replenish to that tree or to that system that it's using per day. So that's really a key indicator. The other thing that they're looking at that talking with Renae might be useful with the temperature probes to help measure tree hardiness and some of the research that some folks are looking at. But it can also tell you when things are going dormant, when stuff stops and starts moving again or breaking dormancy. I got a few maple guys using this that are telling you when trees are starting to run if they get that false run in the January timeframe and what's going on. It's kind of neat. So yeah, it just drills and stays in with the tree. It's got a little cellular contract and a battery that's good for 3 years. And it can show you the difference in all of these positions as the probe's 1.25 inches long between the xylem and the phloem. And it shows you that through some of their proprietary algorithms that measures the temperature of that specifically on that probe, and they can tell when movement's happening in the tree. So they can get the rate of transpiration via photosynthesis, and you can tell on a cloudy day or a rainy day how much water it has to replace. So when you get into the growing season, it gives you 5 days past history and 3 days going forward, so you can make a decision on that day. Do I need to replace something or not? So it's kind of unique. Is it for everybody? I don't know. It's replacing dendrometers, I think, in the field. It's a better representative sample of growth because you can see what's actually going on in the tree. But it's about $1,500 per block. And then you get a maintenance fee of $500 a year. So that's roughly where they are to get it set up. And it's a 3-year contract. But once you get it set up, it's plug and play and interpreting the data. We see more people doing this. The parent company of this is Treatoscope, which is based out of Israel. They brought it to the United States. And in water-stressed areas, it's very useful to make timed applications for those of us that have ample water. It's just another metric to tell you if you're putting enough out there or not. But they're doing a lot of research and different things on different crops. For peaches, if you do a lot of peaches where they can put a full size on in the last 2 weeks and then fruiting, I think it's very important to make sure you get enough moisture there to get the growth and size. But yeah, anyway, that's a bit on that. This is another post innovation. We've still done quite a bit with cement posts for those of you that have got them from us in the past and tried that. This company came to me in the summer. Trellex, they're from the Netherlands. They make steel posts as an alternative because their limiting factor with the cement trellis system relative to wood was the weight or how many posts we could get on a container and ship it. Steel, we could fill the whole container. We don't have airspace. That was all going great until Trump did his tariff problems. So I got 3 containers on the water right now, and I don't know what the steel tariff is going to be when I get it imported. So they had a 14-footer that was equivalent to a 5.614, which is a 95 centimeter pole. Before the tariffs, that was selling at about $35. So very relative where wood was going for 38. But I don't know how many of you are seeing like where my man there, Glenn is, that's a 6-year-old trellis post that's completely rotted on the bottom. Doesn't matter if it's lodgepole, southern yellow pine, where you're getting them. Lots of growers are seeing failures all over the place. And these metal poles can be pounded, they can be vibrated in, you can auger them in, and it uses the same wire clip like a bamboo clip. They also have complete trellis systems. We're quoting a project with one of these photovoltaics on a half-acre at UMass right now. They're trying to put that in through a local solar grant. So they want to see what solar panels over apple trees is going to do, but it's in its infancy, and I hope it survives the all the cuts right now. But John is trying to get it done. But you can also do the shading and the covers, and this is just some pictures from what they have and how they ship. The other unique thing is a lot of us used to do some high density with 1 or 2 wires and use conduit to support the tree, and electric conduit was filling with water and rotting out at the bottom, and we'd have trouble with that. They have a star-based extruded piece of steel that's a lot stronger and a lot cheaper than conduit. It's something like $1.10 per meter. And if you've priced electric conduit right now, it's in 1/2 inch, it's crazy. So it's a lot more affordable after the tariff to use as a support for trellis trees in these photos. There's one there, and going down here, they've got them dropped on each row. They have some of the stuff coming in. All these numbers were done before the tariff. I don't know what it's going to look like when it comes in because the tariffs change every day. But in the future, when this stuff irons out, I think this is going to be a much better viable alternative for us for trellis systems. And it's got a 45-year warranty on steel. They don't, it's not galvanized, it's magnesium, some other kind of coating thing. And then lastly, just a few things from IFTA. The shocking comparison that was brought up in one of the talks from US Apple is the average person in the United States is eating 16 pounds of apples per year, where in Europe they're eating 33. So our market share went from like 18.7 pounds down to 16 in the last 5 years. So this was telling us from US Apple, Americans are eating less apples. That's a problem. The other problem that's contributing to that is us with 62% labor increase over a decade across all the states. That's the adverse effect wage rate stuff, because our local things in New England Apple, they talk about it, but they don't put together the global statistics that support that for us. So when they were looking at this problem, why are people eating less apples compared to other crops? Mexico's putting 80 million into advertising for avocados. The Watermelon Growers Association's got 6 million in for advertising. US potatoes, 22.3 million. You know what we put in for marketing apples? Nationally? Zippo. Nothing. So all the pack houses and all the big guys, I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. Rice, River Ridge, all of these farms are getting together and they're starting a similar, they're all doing a new apple marketing campaign. Yes, more apples. And they took the marketing people from the big pack houses and they came together to try to work on a marketing campaign. And they thought it should all be through social media and like gym people and influencers that are there to help get the target audience that they says is the 20 to the 35-year-old people that aren't eating apples anymore to kind of start driving them. There was a lot of growers in the room that said, hey, we should be getting marketing ideas and feedbacks from the growers, not just the packers. But they're starting something. So just to be aware of that, that's what's going on. And lastly, check out this guy. He was the guest lecturer talking about the digital orchard in the future in Bolzano, Italy. They had a bunch of neat stuff. And yeah, that's all I got.
Thanks, Trevor. Trevor, round of applause. Always interesting seeing all that stuff. So it's lunchtime. Sam gets the honor of running a meeting while people are grabbing their food.
Board, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a member of our position, right? And we usually always have an open seat. So someone would like to nominate this fine gentleman to be on the board. Believe you're from Dole Orchard?
Yes, sir.
I nominate Mark, like. Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Abstain? We got it. Yeah, we've just been trying to nail down plan for the summer meeting. Believe we have a location now, Cooper Orchard in Monmouth, right up the road. Highmoor. We're just reaching out to speakers to get that all lined up. And we're paying attention to the legislative stuff between federal and state. Expect to get an email blast at some point about some bill you probably want to protest, usually against. Hopefully everyone's members Farm Bureau, they stay right on top of that stuff as well.
Marilyn, we need you on microphone.
Came from a Board of Ag meeting, and Board of Ag is with other farmers, we work with the University of Maine trustees. The extension, about 4% of extension, how many people in this room use cooperative extension? Right. About 4% of their budget comes from the counties. Right now, the counties are starting to think that they don't want to support extension any longer. More money goes into the counties than that 4% that goes out because of the work that extension does, I think. So if your county is going to have a meeting soon, think about what extension does and maybe talk to the extension committees about not cutting that funding.
Any other board members have anything? So we're all pretty much on other committees through Pomological Society to represent the apple industry in the various coalitions in Maine. So it's IPM or no, Board of Ag. Yeah, I'm on the Maine Maine Ag Council. That's pretty much the head of all the different ag industries. We were on a Zoom call with Representative Hillary yesterday, 2 days ago, just concerns about federal funding. And I think she's on the agriculture in Washington, D.C. So we're trying to stay on top of everything. Any questions for the board? Is lunch ready or do I need to stall further?
I think they're ready to go. They look ready to go. You all done?
All done.
All right. Glad you made it. You don't look too injured. Yes. So it's lunchtime. Got pizza, rice pilaf, there's garden salad, some other things over there, there's drinks, and we'll start back at 12:30.
Thank you, and I'm really pleased to be here. I've never gone to a grower meeting where I haven't learned something. And one of the reasons I enjoy going to this kind of meeting is I learn from people I talk to individually and also from speakers. I took the liberty of changing a little bit what I'm going to present. When I gave this title to Glenn, I thought I'd talk about apple pest management, and I decided that pulling together a whole talk on that was going to be more work than I, as a retired person, wanted to do. So I'm going to talk about more general changes in the industry. So, well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not pointed at the right place. Thank you. I worked at the Hudson Valley Laboratory for 37 years down near Poughkeepsie, New York, about 90 miles north of New York City. It was a field station of Cornell University. It was really my dream job. And one of the reasons I liked it so well was I was 4 hours away from administrators. In case you don't know where the Hudson Valley lab was here in the lower right. You can see we're quite a distance from both Ithaca and from the Geneva Experiment Station. My home base was Geneva until they combined departments right at the end of my career. I retired in 2014, so I'm not totally up to speed in all the newer materials, but I'll give you some perspective on changes I've seen. I'm probably not going to tell you anything you don't know, but maybe organizing it in a way that will help you think about what has changed and where we're going in the future. And I came up with a list of 7 different things that I thought we've had really significant changes. I'm sure you could add another dozen to this list, but we'll go with these 7. In terms of horticultural practices, and this first item may be more true in more southern areas. I think in the north you're a little more limited on varieties, but certainly the industry is no longer looking just at Max Cortland's reds and goldens, etc. We went from barrels, which were a bit before my era, but to boxes, wood bins, and now plastic bins. And I worked for an uncle for many years in high school and college, had a small orchard, and I remember stacking wooden apple boxes in a 20-foot high cooler, lifting them up 1 tier at a time so you could get them all the way to the ceiling. We've gone to herbicides instead of mowing and poison ivy. In my early years of scouting orchards, sometimes those old trees, if you wanted to climb and see scab in the top, you better be immune to poison ivy. Trellis systems instead of wood crops. Tree density from 25 trees per acre now up to 2,500 in some cases, not all cases. From ladders to moving platforms. And in the Hudson Valley, when I started, I think average production was 350 bushels per acre. As a statewide average in New York, now most growers are aiming for 1,500. I wouldn't say it's an average, but certainly in newer plantings, that's an objective. In storage and marketing, we thought the world was falling apart when we lost Alar in 1989-90. But we've managed to make the transition with retain 1-MCP and other plant growth regulators, albeit at a significantly higher cost. I did a lot of work on post-harvest storage problems, decays caused by Fungicide and botrytis. And those decays became a problem when DPA was introduced, and the recycling DPA inoculated all the apples with penicillium. We've eliminated the DPA fungicide drenches because of food safety concerns and gone to fogging both DPA and fungicides. I think the collapse of the apple juice market in the 1990s due to imports from China and other countries was a huge turning point because we no longer had a market for drops and juice apples. And then the shrinking number of fruit buyers forced small marketers to either merge or give over the selling duties to large brokers. And I guess you all know how that has implicated your businesses. I've also noted the skyrocketing costs of storage and packing caused farmers to be a lot more concerned about not putting bad apples into storage. So there was a much more emphasis on higher pack out and leaving defective apples in the field. Regulations, I'm not going to say much about this. You're all more aware of regulations than I am. But certainly child labor restrictions. When in the 1980s, we hired farm boys from the Hudson Valley to come and work in our research orchards, 14-year-olds running tractors with bush hogs to mow the orchards. Now you can't even have a kid run a lawnmower unless they're 18. Pesticide regulations you're familiar with, equipment training regulations, the labor laws, especially in New York, we're getting down to a 40-hour work week, not quite there yet. And then certification requirements by buyers. And you may not think of the buyer requirements as a regulation, but basically it's the same as a government regulation. You can't sell your product if you don't meet their requirements. On farm safety, there's been some vast changes. I grew up in a dairy farm. My father raised 5 boys. We never had a farm accident. And I'm really proud of my dad for the safety he instilled in us. And we had a lot of PTOs with no guards on them because the guards wouldn't stay on them in those days. I think anybody who switched to a tractor with a cab or a sprayer probably doesn't want to go back to the old tractors without cabs. Safety education has become important, and of course there is enforcement that helps you move along. Farm size has changed drastically, and I'm somewhat sad about this, but realistically, small farms, I think in many cases, the farms that existed when I was hired in 1977 could no longer support a family. But part of that is I think farmers may expect a higher standard of living than they did 50 years ago. At least one set of grandparents grew up in a dairy farm with no indoor plumbing. I remember visiting, there was no indoor plumbing. I think the equivalent today would say how many farmers are willing to live without a flat screen TV. We all have indoor plumbing, but we all need our indoor flat screens and so forth. And so our expectations have changed. The increasing expenses for farm machinery, I think, are now favoring larger farms. And I'm always impressed with the amount of automated equipment that's available. The big question is, can you afford it? And farms have gotten larger because there's efficiency of scale. A large farm can hire somebody to just deal with the certifications, record keeping, that sort of thing, while a small farmer has to do everything. The one exception may be the smaller agritainment farms, where I think there's still a good profit to be made if you're avoiding some of the things that are required for larger farms. University relations have changed drastically, in my opinion, and all of this is my opinion, so I won't feel bad if you disagree. But I think in Hudson Valley, at least, the increase in farm size resulted in many less farmers who could apply political pressure, and that's been huge. I was hired at the Hudson Valley Lab largely because a group of Hudson Valley growers 5 years earlier had gone to the state and gotten line item funding for that laboratory where I worked for 37 years. They could no longer do that today. I think some of the decline started when the government started requiring stakeholder participation instead of depending on extension workers for setting priorities. And I'm not against stakeholder participation, but my complaint is that stakeholders usually are focused on their own experience on their own farm or maybe a few neighboring farms. Extension people have a perspective over the entire industry and could bring a better long-term perspective to setting priorities. And finally, molecular biology, I think, has really pulled applied scientists out of the field into the lab. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The tools that can be used to identify fungi, manage insects, and so forth that are developed in the lab are tremendous. But if it comes at the sacrifice of field experience, I think it makes the university farmer interface a lot more difficult. And in fact, that's being picked up primarily by private consultants and agrochemical salesmen. Some of you may have heard of this book, published in 1988, The End of Agriculture in the American Portfolio, by Stephen Blank from the University of California, Davis. I read this book right after it came out, and he had, I'm just going to summarize it, 3 major contentions of interest. He said farming is an entry-level industry more suitable for less industrialized countries like Mexico, for example. He said farming will become limited by labor and insurance costs because of the high risks involved in farm operations and the labor-intensive aspects of it. And he said ag scientists at universities will become hired guns working on whatever brings in the most funding. I presented summaries of this book at a number of talks back in 88, 89, and when I did it in university settings, everybody scoffed. One person said, "You must be having a midlife crisis." When I presented to growers who had actually read the book, they'd come up and say, "No, this guy is right on." And in fact, much of what he predicted has come or is becoming fact. It's not happened as fast, perhaps, as he might have suggested. So what has changed in disease control? And this is where we could spend a lot of time, but I'm just going to summarize a few things. We have improved understanding of disease biology, and that's both just the basic biology, when are spores released, what conditions are required for them to grow and cause disease, but also it's led to better models. So this morning, Vincent talked about Rinpro. Rinpro is an example of a fantastic model, in my opinion, for fire blight and apple scab and some other diseases and other crops. And that wasn't available. I think Vincent on his slide said he started working on it in 1999. Somebody showed it to me then, and I said, "Oh, that's way too cumbersome," because it operated off of a disk. Who could have known that 10 years later it would all be in the cloud, and you could just download it, and it was instantaneous feedback. So those changes are almost impossible to think about how we got along without them in the past. Vincent also mentioned improvements in application methods, and then the smaller trees allow for better coverage. Just one tangent here, talking about improvements in application methods. The one change that I can't figure out why no one has done, talking about better coverage in sprayers, is a mechanism for changing the airflow to increase airflow in the upwind side as you're going down the row. I did a lot of spraying with various air blast sprayers in my career in small plots, and the big problem, as you know, is you need a lot of air to move the spray to the upwind side. And some people would say don't spray in the wind, but some labels now say apply only between 2 and 10 mile per hour winds or things like that. So realistically, we're always dealing with a breeze, and it would be so easy, it seems to me, to have a plenum that would move your airflow from one side to the other. You'd have to change it at the end of every row, so it couldn't be a permanent setting. And the other story I need to tell, somebody said one of the speeds mentioned would be awfully rough pulling a sprayer that fast. I had a grower tell me, talking about his neighbor, he says, they judge their sprayer speed by looking back, and if both sprayer wheels are on the ground, they're going too slow. So we've had huge changes in products, and you all know this, but in the 50s, we moved from Bordeaux and sulfur to EBDCs and Catcan. The 60s and 70s, and again, these dates are approximate, not exact, but we moved to dodine and benzimidazoles, and then quickly found out that we had to deal with resistance to fungicides. That was a new concept. And it continued with most all of the remaining introductions. In the 1980s, we had a lot more single-site inhibitors, the DMIs or the QOIs or strobilurins, SDHIs, and so forth. And it appears to me that the 2010s and moving on into this decade is really a focus on biologicals and biorationals, trying to get away from pesticide residues. I put this up because I'm always amazed that this publication by Dr. Burrell, who was a Cornell professor who bought a farm in the Champlain Valley, made this presentation in 1945 on how to use sulfur. And in my opinion, it's still one of the best publications that tells a grower how to use sulfur. If you're an organic grower trying to use sulfur, you may want to look this up and read it. Incidentally, I have a printout that sort of summarizes my presentation, and in that I give a website where you can find that. And then if you're interested in the newer fungicides, I really like this short review. Well, it's not short, so it's about 8 or 10 pages, but it reviews the history of fungicides up to 2008, and that's also an excellent review that you can find online. So let's move now to changes. What are the changes going to be in the future? And again, I'm just throwing out some ideas. But in terms of horticultural practice, the big change I see is moving towards robotic equipment, or different kinds of equipment, but often with robotics that can run a machine through your orchard and do the mowing with no person involved in driving that machine, as one example. In storage and marketing, I think we're going to have to deal with problems of overproduction, the potential impacts of tariffs, which are a big unknown at this point, and selecting new cultivars. The question I hear asked in trade magazines and among growers is, what variety shall I plant? And that seems to be a huge dilemma. Regulations, I think the certifications and pesticide planning and record keeping probably are going to have to be done by outsiders in the future. And you may hate to hear that, but if you've heard any presentations on the new labels that are coming as a result of requirements for Endangered Species Act, the pesticide choices for every block in your farm are going to vary by your distance from an endangered species, what's in your area, what time of year can you apply them, and so forth. I would guess that most of you as farmers aren't doing your own income tax, and I would suggest that in the future you probably are going to have to hire a professional to do your pesticide planning and record keeping, just like you hire somebody to do your income tax. Farm safety, it's been improving, but I think we'll see more of an enforcement, if you want to call it that, by farm labor unions. It's becoming a huge problem in New York, as you know, and Washington State, if you've been keeping up with that news, and also by your insurance companies. At least in New York, you have an accident, you pay for it with your workman's comp premiums, and I suspect that'll continue. My guess is that we're going to see large farms become more limited to arid climates, Western production, smaller farms for agritainment and direct marketing. Again, university relations, I see less and less impact of universities directly on the farm. The research will still come through, but the interaction with the stakeholders, I suspect, will continue to dwindle. And then the big question on disease control, can we do it without broad spectrum fungicides like mancozeb and Captan? I see problems on that, and Canada is facing that already with their restrictions on mancozeb and Captan, but they're, as you know, I think, extremely important for managing resistance to our other single site inhibitor fungicides. And so with these broad spectrum materials and mixtures or alternations, we can really keep things like our DMI fungicides, our strobilurine fungicides, and the newer SDHIs, we can keep them active for a long time. If we lose the broad spectrum materials, that may become more difficult. And I want to point out that one of the reasons it prolongs the life of these single site inhibitors is that these broad spectrum materials kill the spores before they germinate. So if you think about putting on a mixture of, let's say, mancozeb and rally, what happens to the spores that are released to the leaf? Mancozeb gets 99% of them. Rally only kills spores, and almost all these single site inhibitors only kill the fungus when it starts to grow. So it's a slightly different time frame, maybe only an hour or two different, but your single site your broad spectrum fungicide is doing most of the work, and that means that you're sort of creating a low inoculum orchard for your single site inhibitors just by virtue of that combination. If we lose them, I'm not sure what's going to happen. There's a big push for biologicals. I'm an old skeptical curmudgeon on biologicals. First of all, I think they're ridiculously expensive. They may come down in price as they have broader usage. They're generally less persistent, more subject to wash-off. They're often more narrow spectrum. You may need to combine different biologicals for different purposes. And the biggest problem is they're more inconsistent because they're more affected by the weather conditions at the time of application and following application. I think we also will miss broad spectrum fungicides because they're doing things that nobody realizes they're doing. They're having non-target benefits that problems may emerge if we no longer have them. And this is an old slide from, I forget, sometime in the early 1990s. We did a control with experiment with Liberty apples, and we wanted to see what would happen if we eliminated our fungicides after July. We were studying sooty blotch and fly speck and so forth. And the other plots got, I think, toxin and capped in. On the right, you'll see trees that have quite a few leaves left. And this is probably the last week of October. On the left, where no summer sprays were applied, the trees were pretty much defoliated. Does that really matter? Well, we followed this, and when we did uniform thinning over the entire block the next spring, we ended up with significantly less apples in the block that had no summer sprays because the buds were weaker due to less carbohydrate accumulation from those leaves in late fall. You could have adjusted the thinning to compensate, so it's not necessarily a limiting factor. But we found that the leaves on trees that were defoliating looked like this. We never identified what pathogen was involved. Some of it, today, if we had PCR back then, we could have identified it, but we didn't. But my suspicion is that a lot of this was caused by accumulation of late season microflora. That means the fungi and yeast grow in the back of leaves as the leaves get leaky going into the fall. And those microflora create a sink for nutrients leaching out of the leaf over time. They weaken the leaf and eventually may invade the leaf. That hasn't been proven, but I think there's a lot of circumstantial evidence to suggest that. We have another, which I think is a related problem, called necrotic leaf blotch. If you grow Golden Delicious, you may have seen this. Periodically, we'll get a situation in mid to late August where suddenly over a weekend, you can lose 50% of the leaves from Golden Delicious. If you look down this row, it's one.
Yeah, the middle button.
Okay.
Small row.
Well, I popped myself right out of the top.
Let's get you back in. Oh, am I too far ahead?
That's not my top.
No. Hold on.
Sorry, Glenn.
No.
So anyway, necrotic leaf blotch is probably caused by these microflora organisms that we're controlling with broad spectrum fungicides. The spotting also shows up on Gala. It can show up on Pink Lady, may show up on other cultivars as well. This is what it looks like up close. On Gala, not as many yellow leaves, a lot more of just the brown spots down here in the lower right. Those are the kinds of problems I think may show up if we lose our non-targets. So let me talk just a little bit more here about how I see problems I see with large farms producing for wholesale markets. It appears to me that our pricing, unless, if you're a Maine Honeycrisp grower, maybe not so much, if you can outcompete those green Honeycrisp from Yakima. But pricing is largely controlled by Washington State marketers. The big issue you have to decide on if you're a wholesale grower is what variety to plant, because what variety is going to be marketable 5 to 10 years down the road. Real tough guess. Are you going to have the labor to manage the harvest? And again, with immigration shutdowns, that's going to become even more questionable, I think. I think robotics and new systems will become essential on large farms to be competitive because of the labor you can save on labor saving costs, but they're also expensive and are only going to pay for themselves over large acreages. And then, as was already mentioned earlier, some of this labor saving equipment may not operate well on hillsides. And in the Hudson Valley, some growers in the 1980s put in trellises on fairly steep hillsides and planted the trees on the outside edge of the trellis. Well, a platform that's picking apples on one side of the moving platform isn't going to work for trees that are 8 feet higher on a trellis in the next row. I think most growers, even large growers, can no longer do their own marketing, and therefore you lose control of your apples after harvest. When I started in the Hudson Valley growers were fiercely proud of the fact that they had on-farm packing lines and they could control what went into the box and also how it was marketed. They were pretty skeptical of the Western New York processing growers because the processors had no control over what they got paid or how their crop was handled. I'm not sure there's much difference anymore with the Walmart and the big buyers calling a lot of the shots on what can be done. So I think some of you, many of you, maybe most of you have answered this question already. Is farm entertainment a viable option for growing apples? And from what I hear from growers in the Hudson Valley who've tried it, you don't want to try it if you don't have a tolerance for people who do stupid things. My favorite example of non-ag people doing stupid things was a discussion I had with somebody from New York ag and markets about calls they were getting about Northern European long-haired cattle being left out in the snow. And the guy said, well, that's not nearly as bad as somebody got a call from someone on their cell phone going by a farm who wanted to report that a farmer had left his ducks out in the rain. The big problem I see with traditional pick your own is that if you have 6 rainy weekends, your year is cooked. Unless you have involved school tours and that sort of thing during the week. So there's a lot of risks involved. But really, probably the biggest limitation I've seen in the Hudson Valley in switching from one kind of marketing to another is that you really need to change your mindset. I think as farmers, we tend to think we're growing food, and we value the quality of the product and the production per acre. Certainly, if you've heard Terrence Robinson talk, he's always talking about production per acre. But if you're doing pick your own, you want to maximize your dollars per acre or dollars per hour. Don't worry about the production per acre. I mean, it may be involved. Really, you need to switch your mentality from agriculture to hospitality. how do you like to be greeted when you check into a hotel? Think about how the appearance of a hotel or a restaurant affects your mood, and then apply that to your farm. And really, ultimately, when a lot of pick your own people are coming for the experience, they may only take home a peck of apples, but they are buying the beauty of your farm and the experience. I worked for an uncle, as I mentioned earlier, for many years. He had greenhouse operations, grew about 40 crops, several large farm markets, and these are Pennsylvania farm markets where we would sell produce by the truckload on a weekend. About 1987, I was visiting. I asked something about his crops. He said, I don't grow food anymore. People won't pay for food. They pay for things they enjoy. He was still growing 700 acres of gourds and Indian corn, along with a lot of other ornamentals. And so I think the future for selling entertainment is almost unlimited, but the future for selling food has a lot of constraints. One of the things I like about direct marketing is we don't need the most modern systems. I think, I thought I had another slide in here. Let me see if anyway, I'll go through these first. I think you need less acreage, but that allows for a lot of alternatives. If you want to do blossom tours, what about putting in different kinds of crab apples and other spring flowering trees? Of course, food concessions, petting zoos, corn mazens, music groups, there's all kinds of things. Parking, as I heard a story of Terrence Robinson talking to one of our growers about switching over to high density. He said, for me, high density is whenever a spot in our parking lot is full. And so it's sort of a different way of thinking about it. I think the creative options you have are really limitless. Okay, talking about old systems, this was a colleague, Mike Fargio, had probably the biggest apple tree I've ever seen. This was on a pick-your-own farm. This tree, believe it or not, was only about 15 foot tall. It had been pruned down, but it obviously is an old tree. And this farm had trees like the one on the right where half the trunk was missing, trees like this one that were rotted and falling apart, the limbs hanging on the ground. I thought, what the heck is this guy doing? And then I realized he's creating apple as art, not apples as production system. And when I started to look at it that way, it was amazingly enjoyable. As a pathologist, I think you should cut down rotten trees. But so I suggest you should think about creating your own brand. And I went in, this isn't a PLU sticker, I didn't take a picture, but I went into one of our local supermarkets last fall, and I saw these little PLU stickers, you know, they usually say Stamilt or something like that. This one said, joyfully grown. What's that? You know, who's putting joyfully grown on their apples? So I went home and I looked up their webpage. And I encourage you to Google when and get home or have time. Google joyfully grown apples. This group has probably the best branding PR I have seen anywhere. You'll notice in the bottom left, it says nurture, honor, and protect. The various pages online will tell you about how many scholarships they give to children of employees, how many female executives they have in their business, how many acres of organic, and it goes on and on. It's a Washington State, it's Chelan fruit, as you may have, or Chelan fresh, as you may have seen. I'm sure they hired professionals to put this together, but it just illustrated to me how branding can have a huge impact on how consumers view your operation. And who wouldn't want to eat an apple that's joyfully grown? That just really grabbed me. So, to finish, I would say change is inevitable, unpredictable. When I was a graduate student 1973, 50 pounds lighter with long hair that was still black. I had no idea where I'd end up 55 years later. It's been a really fun journey. I hope you can enjoy the change, but we do have to think about how can we prepare and manage change as we continue in this industry. Thank you so much.
Comments, questions, feedback, ideas, protests?
Put it pretty well.
Yes.
We've been doing this for 53 years. Even and I have been doing this for 53 years. Should stand up and applaud for us. Everything you said is true. I mean, honestly, thank you for putting it all on screen.
So how big is Pick Your Own in Hudson Valley versus wholesale right now?
Numbers wise, I don't really know. I started to see a significant divergence in the 1990s among farmers who were totally committed to wholesale and farms who were moving towards not only pick your own, but more diversified operations, including peaches, sometimes small fruits, a lot more agri-entertainment things. So in terms of production, there's no question that the large farmers, of which probably number less than 10 in the Hudson Valley at this point, but they're farming, you know, I would say 500 to 1,500 acres of apples. They're producing the vast amount of apples. I'm not sure if they're producing the vast amount of profits. And so how do you measure that? You don't need, as you know, you don't need 800 acres to run a pick your own or farm entertainment. And so there's trade-offs there. And the one thing that I tried to bring across is I think that if you're making a transition, that extra land, rather than just letting it grow up or renting it to a crop farmer or whatever, you really may want to think about long-term, like almost like planting an arboretum. What can you do related to fruit that makes your farm interesting? You can't do that overnight. And whether that pays off in the long run, I don't know. I pay $30 entrance fees to get into Arboretum. When my wife and I travel, that's one of the things we try to visit. And by the number that are in existence, I think a lot of other people do too.
Do you have any thoughts about the university grower community relationship? I mean, you're on live TV, so I won't ask you to comment on Cornell, but they still seem to be staffed pretty well. But in terms of keeping that relationship alive?
Yeah, I hesitate to answer that because when I was getting close to retirement, I commented to a colleague who had been hired about the same time I was. And I said, you know, I pity these young people being hired as professors because what they're expected to do is just so a whole magnitude of more difficulty, I think, than I faced when I was a young professor. And he just smiled and said, yeah, but they don't know any better. And so I think as we get older, we tend to think, well, the old times were better. The old times were different. They weren't necessarily better. And certainly, I doubt that any of us want to go back to an era with no cell phones, no GPS. I've never found this place without GPS. But I do think that the federal bureaucracy, which funds a lot of university research, has transitioned in ways that make it much more difficult for even those ag scientists who want to respond to short-term needs. What I hear at meetings is, well, we'd work on that if we could get a grant. When I was a scientist, I was able to generate funding and had what they called block grants through hatch funding that allowed me to pivot to meet needs as they arose. I think that's not so true anymore. I'm not sure we can ever go back there. And now with the current cuts that have been imposed on a lot of universities in terms of what they can charge for overhead and federal grants, there's going to be a tremendous shakeout unless that's all reversed. I have no idea how that's going to play out. I think most of you know that if let's just say somebody gets a grant for $1 million for 5 years of research on apple varieties. At Cornell, the overhead rate is somewhere in the neighborhood of 55, 57%. That means the university takes $570,000 off the top of that to pay for libraries, people who process your grants, heating oil, all the indirects as well as safety things that are required by law and the lawyers to protect the university, et cetera, et cetera. All of those are essential to some degree. The latest decree is that universities now can charge no more than 15%. So from 57% to 15%, though that money is going to have to come from somewhere, and it's probably going to be reductions in personnel. But who knows? I mentioned earlier to someone that I was at a talk or at a meeting in the Hudson Valley where a grower was talking from New York State Hort Society. He said he heard recently that trying to predict how to manage a business right now is a lot like playing billiards on a sailboat in a storm. In other words, totally unpredictable.
Thanks, Dave. Let's give Dave a round of applause. So we were talking this morning about the good old days, and somebody mentioned, spraying with lead arsenate and inhaling Captan dust and then using mercury for scab burnout. I wasn't aware of that one. I mean, you look at those old chemistries and you look at what we have now, and it's like what we're spraying now is baby milk compared to the stuff that used to be going down. So there's good and bad trends, but I think people are going to keep eating. That's one reason I got into agriculture. I figured that was going to keep going on, but interesting perspective. So now it's Vincent's turn. So Vincent, can you share your screen? I'm going to unshare, and if you can share.
Okay. I have to say, I always admired Dave Rosenberger. He taught me so many things in my career, so I always feel in debt, and I wish I could be there. We will meet again, sir. I would have had a bunch of questions, but I guess meet again in the fall for the New England meeting in October. Okay, so part 2 of the practical aspects and seeing is believing. I think you know of a system which is called TRV, the 3-row volume, where you sort of measure trees so you can establish the dose you apply on it. Glenn, you still use some sort of a TRV to adjust doses from block to block? A general idea of that?
Yeah, I'd say most people factor that into their calculations.
Okay, so we're going to contrast TRV with this AOS 43 we mentioned earlier. So, basically you represent a row of orchard as some sort of a block, which would have a width, the branch length and the height of the tree. And you say, well, the bigger trees will require more pesticides than smaller trees. And that idea, it holds. But there's a big difference between very narrow rows and wide rows. It's going to be harder to reach a target with wider rows than thin rows. And TRV would not make a difference between the two. It would just say, well, total box size is this, but give you specific advice on spraying thin rows to wide rows, except that the overall dose is reduced. So that's where AOS 43 comes in. So TRV is just dose adjusted to the size of the tree, and AOS 43 is a similar version of that. It's not the same calculations, and we can discuss all day about the specifics of how AOS adjusts those, but it's not so important. It's close to TRV, and TRV was an interesting idea. It's just outdated. We can do better. And the way AOS integrates the size and accounts for the tree width is through travel speed. So if you go here on an x-axis, I have the travel speed, and if you look at the deposition, you'll see that as you travel faster, there is less deposition. That's expected. You botch the job, you have less deposition. But again, if we have the proper dose on the tree, if we can just go faster and botch the job and it works, let's do that. So it's in the idea, in the spirit of that efficiency, we will increase the speed to sort of reduce the deposition efficiency to have it more equal across different systems. So what we would be chasing is a standardized deposition by changing the travel speed from the wide rows, which require slow driving speed, to narrow, which would require a higher driving speed. And yes, I acknowledge that in some orchards you can't travel 12 kilometers per hour, but there are some orchards you can drive even faster than that. So AOS 43 in practice is what goes on in the tank. What you put in the tank is the same for every block. It's, if you just you don't change the concentration of your product. It's the same concentration of the product in the tanks. Doesn't change. What would change is the settings per orchard. You would adapt the ground speed to these different blocks, and you would adapt the air to the tree size, because you don't want to blow over, and to the weather, because of course, if there's, and this was mentioned by, I think it was Dave again. Dave Rosenberger has a great insight, is that sprayers don't adjust for wind. That is, if you're trying to spray upwind or downwind. Some sprayers do that, but there are not so many of them. But yes, you would want to, of course, adapt the wind to the what you're blowing to the actual wind in the orchard, and just to keep that pesticide in the trees and not blown to the next village. And as you are the settings in the orchard, so you have ground speed, you adapt the air, and you also would close the top nozzles, and you do this remotely from your cabin. Of course, you don't climb on the sprayer to do that, but I mean, modern sprayers should let you have electronic or electric control over the nozzles that are open, or you have some nifty equipment to do that. I mean, in these days, you have all sorts of what they call PWM, pulse width modulation, for all sorts of electronic gizmos on that, but there are many ways to do that. But yeah, and if you just have a regular sprayer, I mean, you do it electrically. And then you adjust the pressure, which is also something I think mentioned by Rosenberger earlier, because if you change some of these settings, you would have to adjust the pressure, but you want the pressure to remain the same across the different blocks, because that would be sort of your droplet spectrum. You want that to be equal, but what you don't want to be equal is the dose across different blocks, because they're different sizes, different widths, and etc. And then you just go and spray. So with AOS, your spray dose would vary with the tree size, and it would do so sort of this optimally. And so speed is not constant. You drive at different speeds in different blocks, and the water volume per block is not constant. But that doesn't matter because we've established that water is not a pesticide. So we don't care how much water is sprayed. And you've achieved your goal of doing that, this sort of smart botching. And the way it's presented right now, this is an Excel sheet that was designed by Peter Trilloff, my German colleague. It's translated to several languages. Is that once you have your sort of orchard data, width and et cetera, it would give you some sort of a prescription of the speed you go that I showed a little bit previously. But it's expanded in that if you have several blocks and each have their own setting, you can select which blocks you're spraying today, and it will help you in terms of the total volume of water that is required and product that is required that you tank mix, and then give you the different travel speeds and et cetera. So this is something that is in use a lot in the Bodensee in Germany, that I have a few growers using, not so many to be honest, but I'm hoping that they go from these manual calculations to something which is more adapted to each plot size. Hoping. So is there any validation of the AOS or for TRV for that matter? There is some, but it's a hard thing to do. But for AOS, what Trilloff did is he has 14 site years. So this is across 3 years. You accumulate a number of sites, and you have 14 site years where they compared in each of these places. They would have an untreated block to make sure there's enough scab in that block, and you have grower settings and AOS. And so the grower would do his thing, full dose, full air, 540 RPM, whatever, drive slowly, whatever. And the AOS would be prescribed as the block size and etc. And the results of that is that 80% of the AOS plots had lower scab. The goal was to have equivalent scab, but there was actually doing better than the commercial, and there are 20 that were equal. But the aim was not to be better than the grower. Again, our goal is we have efficacy, we want efficiency, so let's botch and do things quicker. But still, AOS was better. So through AOS, there was dose reduction, clearly. And in the conclusions of this sort of trials is that all aspects played a role in terms of how the calculations is done to address the size, the speed of travel, etc. But also the quality of the sprayer played a role in terms of was the sprayer able to output the correct amount of air, and equally, and these air adjustments, they did play a role. So it's something that if you want to implement something like AOS and fully benefit from it, you need the proper sprayer. So AOS exists. It's not perfect, but we're still trying to improve on it. But it's based on math. Huh? You measure a tree and you trust that the box size you've calculated is good. But what if we could see the deposit? What if we could have a feedback based on actual deposits I saw? A bit like what we discussed earlier, where you had the water-sensitive papers, it's a good start, and Jason is right to push this. It's a good start, but we can do even better. And you can do this with fluorescent dye. And what you obtain by spraying a fluorescent dye is if you put that leaf in a box and you shine UV light to it, you can take a picture of it and you can see the deposits. And it just so happens that, of course, there's an app for that now. Dropsite is a South African software, and it's something that we use now. It's distributed worldwide through Pestle, and so idea is, first step is you spray that dye. Second step, you let the dye just dry. You pick the leaves here. You put each leaf in the machine, take a picture, and the machine will give you a report on that on the quantity of product. That company, it has a good idea, but it has not integrated this in the big picture of how can we use this information and standardize efficacy across the board. Bit using that deposition mean and coefficient of variation that I told you about in the first presentation. They're not there yet. But our goal working with them is that, we could have some sort of a dose prescription. We could say, hey, okay, this grower is doing fine. We measured the tree. AOS gave us some result, but we improved on this result using an actual deposition. And maybe we played with our software looking at mean and coefficient of variation of deposition. And now we're giving advice based on that actual orchard, actual setting, and etc. So that's the future. We're not there yet, but this is certainly where we're aiming for, what we're aiming for. So all of these things are possible, but what about you and your orchard? So what is your optimizing potential? And that's where, news can be good or bad depending on where you're standing right now. If you have high and wide trees, forget it. Efficiency is you cannot change much. What you have as sprayer settings and your actual sprayer, they're fine. They work fine. You've proven that. You're in business. You're fighting scab. Good. But of course, there's drift because you're blowing high in the sky, drift is high, you need to have that full label rate, you're burning a lot of fuel, you're making a lot of noise, maybe the neighbors are not happy seeing you spray like that, you drive a slow speed, but that's how it is because that's the old orchard system. We had to start somewhere, and back in the days where we had standard trees, well, they made the best of it, and they asked of the sprayers to be as powerful as possible to reach the target, and the target was huge. But now we've changed the orchards. So the optimization comes from different style of orchards, different style of spraying. So can you optimize using a conventional axial sprayer? Is no. It's a question of geometry, is that to reach that target all the way up, you're going to overblow somewhere. It's not going to be efficient. You can, you can achieve a result, but you cannot optimize on this. You will always get more product on the lower side of the leaves because you're blowing from under, because of that angle, you're blowing from under, and the upper side will have less coverage. Always, by design, by geometry, you can't fight that. And that's why the systemics that we use for apple scab, they shine so much in these settings, because the product goes in from the bottom side and travels to the upper side, and that's how you fight scab in that. And if we had better sprayers able to reach the top side of the leaves or lower trees, then we wouldn't need to rely so much on those systemics. But of course, as soon as the systemics come in and you have something like that, that effect becomes sort of almost magical. So the potential comes from smaller trees. You go from spraying from the underside of the leaf to more of a horizontal spray using a cross flow, and then you reach the top of the leaf. You have less drift. The product stays in your orchard. Everything is better. Now, all sprayers, and even these cross-flow, let's say you've changed your orchard and you've considering buying a new cross-flow sprayer because you have smaller trees and etc. All of these sprayers, when you go to the sales rep, they all work well at 540, and there's no issue there. There's no question that they will have efficacy, but not necessarily efficient. If you could adjust the air, you could improve on the deposits. But that's only valid and that's only true if the sprayer can achieve good coverage under low RPM. But nobody ever tests that. You never have a report that comes with the sprayer that tells you if it's good under low air. And so some years ago, people have started to measure the airspeed distribution. So you operate the sprayer and you measure the output of the air and you look at the distribution from top to bottom, these blue areas. Yes, the airspeed is good. And I measure the angle of the air and etc. I analyze the hell out of it and I say, yes, this sprayer is very good. Unfortunately, not all sprayers are created equal. Some will have areas with very low air. And this doesn't show at 540, but certainly shows at low air settings. And what happens on the reports is that you have patterns that are really awful. And if you as a buyer had access to such a report, you would go, hey, I much prefer the other sprayer, not this one, which is lousy, too much hair here, too much hair, not enough air here. So what happens if you have a sprayer like that? The only way you can achieve proper coverage in the middle section here is by going back to 540 again, and you lost all the advantages of that nifty, expensive sprayer. But no one told you about that, right? And you just trust the vendor. So unfortunately, new machines are not adjusted and are often or always bad, and there's simply no regulations protecting you or telling, forcing manufacturers to build sprayers that have equal air everywhere. So you're stuck trusting that vendor that, is in good faith, but he doesn't even know that his sprayer is bad. And it's really difficult to diagnostics of the air distribution. This is, it seems like it's creating a hurricane at 540, and that's fine. But if you want to operate it at 350 RPM and there's a little bit of air missing in patches, then that's where the problems start. So this is where the air check certification system comes from. It started in Germany now a long time ago by Peter Trilloff, now also retired. So where Peter works in Bodensee is about the same apple growing area as in Quebec. And so when Peter was describing me this, I was saying, okay, well, if you can do it, maybe we could do it. Since then, it has expanded in the German world through and in northern Italy, again German in northern Italy, and to a few manufacturers, but it hasn't traveled worldwide yet. It's a bit in France, and we've had a demonstration of this equipment. We brought in an equipment in 2016, and took us 9 years, and people have been thinking about this and all the things we could do with that if we could have a bench. But still, there across the world there are several hundred sprayers that are now air check certified, and the people that own them can operate them with lower air with confidence. So what this equipment is some sort of a bench with the anemometers. It has nifty 3D anemometers to generate these reports. And so if you look at it here sideways, this equipment would move X and Y axis, and we measure the air that is output, and you bring sprayers to the machine and you generate results. When we did this in 2016, there was a lot of interest in this, but it was hard to get our hands on a bench because this is sort of expensive equipment. It's $100,000 US for the bench, and so we didn't have the funds for that, and so we stalled for 9 years. But we look at different sprayers and we go, oh, well, this design, I can adjust the air. If I have the report, I could adjust the air, make it better. So some of my current sprayers could be improved by adjusting them. And you look at other models and you go, oh, geez, I can't do anything with this one. So if it fails the test and the air distribution is bad, that sprayer is garbage. I can't do anything about it. And so, I got some growers interested and they purchased um, um, sprayers from Germany and Slovenia. So they're importing them because they say, well, I want to, if I'm going to spend this amount of money, I want to make sure it's a good sprayer. So they're importing them. But the good news is that now Test Bench was purchased by the Quebec growers in 2025. It's being built as we're giving this talk. And we have now a large-scale diagnostic that is planned starting late autumn, where we're going to operate the bench and have growers bring their sprayers. The way it's designed now for this first project is that the diagnostics is sort of free, but if we spend any time adjusting the air based on the diagnostics, then we would charge the grower for this tweaking the air distribution system. So I mean, I strongly believe that improving the sprayers and the air distribution is something that we should be doing. And so I hope this continues for a long time. And the sequel of this, I mean, belongs to you. This should, in my view, never be tolerated for environmental reasons, but also for your own sort of amount of money you want to spend on spraying. All this spray material here is of no use to you, and it's going in the ditch in the environment. What we want is as least air as possible so that the deposits you spray stay on the tree. And this is not, Photoshop or whatever. This is actually what's going on in the Bodensee, where you spray the material at the right place and there's no waste. So status quo as opposed to efficient spraying with no waste. That's I think it's an easy answer. And economies, because that's what I'm selling to growers, is that this is actually cheaper than this in terms of because you're driving faster, because you're using less fuel, et cetera, less material. In the end, the savings, I mean, they would differ from Europe to America, but it basically paid for that new sprayer in just a few years. So it was an interesting thing, and I hope that's the direction we're heading. So it was a bit shorter. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. Are you there?
Yeah, we're.
Sorry, I thought I'm offline and I'm talking to myself. It's very weird.
Yeah, I actually have a question. Sorry if I interrupted somebody. Has any of this been studied with ultra low volume spraying?
Ultra low, how low do you want to go?
I mean, I'm talking microparticles, especially since we're moving towards smaller plants rather than larger plants.
Yeah. I mean, this is small droplet spraying, and we're talking, where you have, I'm not good with the gallons per acre, but in the liters per hectare, I think it's times 10 approximately. So if we use 500 liters per hectare, I think that's about 50 gallons per acre, Glenn, something like that. Close?
Sorry, I was busy Zoom managing. What was the question?
If you go from 500 liters per hectare, that's about 50 gallons per acre. Quick calculation.
It's close
Yeah,
enough.
that's
That's
about 80 gallons per acre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's very, 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 very high for us, you know. And with this tech, you would go to say 125 liters per hectare. So that's 12 gallons per acre or something like that. So is that low enough for you, or you want to go lower than that? Because lower was possible. It's just unreliable with nozzles. It used to be possible back in the 80s. They do it with spinning discs instead of having regular nozzles. They would go to lower volumes. But water is not a pesticide. If you have a sprayer that can achieve that won't clog or anything like that with low volume, that's go for it.
Well,
But right now,
generally,
we have low
I'd
volume.
use paint sprayers.
Okay.
Paint sprayers, you can change the nozzle to whatever micro droplet you want.
Sure, but typically for agricultural sprayers to go down lower than the 125 liters per hectare is difficult. It
Well, and I'm
Next question, please. Here's the new policy. If you show up in person, you get pizza and you get to ask questions. I don't mean to be rude, but we got people in the room wanting to ask questions, so we're going to move on. Sam, you got the mic.
Get the AOS 43, you have a spreadsheet up where you put in like your trees per acre and your tree row volume and all that. Is that available somewhere online? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that Excel, yeah, I can make that one available. This one, I'm not sure what Peter's intention is. At one point, he thought he'd want to sell it. I'm not sure. We're using that, but because Peter is a friend and all that, I use it for free. But I don't know what his intention is. I will have to ask him about that version. But that version is very easy. One block per.
Go ahead and take a screenshot.
No, it's easy. I mean, there's nothing special about it. I mean, the calculations are easy. No problem at all. I can share that file for you. That's one's easy. The other one, this one handles macros, so because you can select different blocks, etc. It's a little bit more involved, and I think that's why Peter wanted to maybe recoup some of the time he put in, but I don't know where he's at in his mind. He's retired now. I'd have to ask him.
Thank you. Vincent, in your air distribution profiles, if you have a sprayer running at 540 RPM and you reduce that PTO speed, does the profile stay pretty much the same, or does it change with the speed of the fan?
Yeah, that was studied extensively because that one comes all the time. Is the air distribution doesn't change much with increasing air, so the profile remains the same, and that, I mean, they've tried that through many different ways, and so that was the constant that they could rely on.
I've got a question about your equipment. Will that work in 4-meter high hedge rows?
Sure, it does. If you have, let me go to the equipment. You mean this equipment?
Not the testing equipment, the sprayers. I haven't had good luck with the tower sprayers, and none of them worked very well at 14 feet, which is 4 meters, or close to it.
Yeah, well, the way it's set up right now, if you go on the aircheck.eu website, if you want to order a sprayer, it will ask you about the distance between the rows and the height of the trees. And it will select for you the models of sprayers that will fit that the reach, the sprayer can reach the air, and so it's guaranteed that it's going to be air check certified to that height, considering the row width that you have and the tree height that you have. So that's covered. And that was a main complaint in the past. The first people that purchased towers that were not high enough, etc., etc. Now it's built in this certification system.
Thank you.
So my speed math was wrong. 400 liters per hectare is about 50 gallons per acre.
Okay, I had a quick 10x conversion, so 500 to 50, but it's not 50, it's 40. So when I say 150 liters, about 15 gallons, not quite, but you know what I mean by 15 gallons per acre is not a lot. It's on the low end.
So how much flexibility do you have to adjust airspeed with RPM? I'm going to reveal my ignorance here, but aren't a lot of tractors restricted to a few different RPM settings? They're not like hydraulic. You can
adjust speed.
Well, you got a full range of gradient?
Yep.
Oh, I thought some of them had like 2 or 3 set points, and that's what you had to live with.
Well, that depends on your tractor, but of course, with hydrostatic, etc., there's many possibilities. We have even, the motors can be hydraulic on the sprayers. I mean, they don't need to be PTO operated, and then you can vary the airspeed completely. Hey, one day these sprayers are going to be electric, and you can vary the speed as much as you want. Why not?
So have you tested any of those electric ones, like the new 3-row over-the-row Munkoff, where the air blows down that's hydraulically driven with better air shears?
I have not tested the Munkoff. We are very fond of the Weber, the German, because Munkoff has they don't like us sending them reports that their sprayers fail the air distribution, and so but it's unfortunate because they're good designs like HSS. HSS, if you push them, and you demand to see the report of the air check, then they go, and they're not happy, but in the end they do, but it's sort of reluctant, so I think you should demand it. You're the one paying a large amount of money, and they will attract you with the bells and whistles and the PWM nozzles and this and the computer and etc. But what's the air distribution? That's what you want, and they're not telling you anything about it. So if you demand air check, they will provide. The customer is always right, right? What if the sprayer costs you a few $100s more, but it comes with a certificate that's saying, yeah, the air in this is good. Whereas, what's a few $100s when you're spending $40,000 on a new sprayer?
Are you making those rating evaluations public? Is that something people could see, or is it private to the customer kind of thing?
Okay, well, of course, individual reports, you don't want everybody to know that you have a bad sprayer, so we don't put them on the web. But we certainly have a database of the reports, and so anonymous reports we compare, and we know the performance of each brand. But within the air check sort of consortia, which is voluntary, and different manufacturers have decided, okay, we'll agree to work together on this common report. I mean, then they're all air check certified, but the individual reports we don't post. I mean, people would not.
No, we don't need the grower's name, just the model of the sprayer and how it shook out. I mean, maybe it varies even between the same model on different sprayers. I don't know, but
it does. It does. The sprayer built on the Monday and the sprayer built on the Friday.
What about those new electrostatic sprayers and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I won't go into electrostatic because it's very, very complicated. You can make your life. I mean, they're under certain settings it will improve, and certain settings it will make things worse. So, and the other topic which is also, we should tackle is all these adjuvants that you want to throw in the sprayer. It's like, oh, that's another thing that makes things more complex. And I will not go there today for sure.
Can I ask you for a gross generalization for the radial sprayers that you've tested, like rears and standard kind of sprayers? Are they coming in like okay, some really good, some bad, a lot of them bad? How, any kind of trends?
If it's an axial, we don't test because if it's an axial, I cannot optimize there's no optimization. These were designed. I'm going to have too much air at one point and not enough at the other. It has to be a tower. If it's a tower, then we test it.
Okay. Last chance for questions. This is Vincent's last talk. Going once, going twice.
Last quick question. Does he see changes with the air, with the adoption of air induction nozzles versus standard nozzles? Because we're talking about travel and material, and are you favoring one over the other to pair that air shear curtain with the right placement of material?
So air induction versus small droplets, is that the question?
Yeah, so your idea is optimizing the air to get the perfect spray coverage. Are you seeing that that's better observed with your picture with the old style sprayer versus the tower sprayer? Are you seeing that's easily achieved using air induction nozzles or traditional nozzles?
What we prefer is small droplets, so air induction is not good. And the reason why you want people have sort of imposed air induction was to prevent the drift by having these bigger droplets. And so if everything is about the drift, it's very hard to optimize. So our goal is to have a sprayer that you use the least amount of air and you have small droplets across the board, except for the two top positions where these would be air induction nozzles, sort of an anti-drift. So at the top section of the sprayer, and that way you achieve your drift reduction just by these two nozzles, and the rest would be all small droplets because they're easier to maneuver these small droplets with least amount of air. But that's a topic unto itself. But did that answer your question?
All right. Great talks, Vincent. I really appreciate it. I think everybody else does here too. I've already gotten some feedback that people are learning a lot here today. So we're going to go to break. You're welcome to hang around and hear the rest, or if not, we'll catch you on the catch up with you later.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was nice doing this, Glenn, and I hope to see you at the end of the year.
All right. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Vincent.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
So I'm going to talk to you today about some work that my group does in water source development. So as Glenn said, my background's mostly in fruit and vegetable production. Before I moved to Maine, I ran a small diversified operation in the Champlain Valley, where we had lots of neighbors who grew lots of delicious apples. But the work that I'm doing now kind of transcends any particular crop because we all need water. And especially in Maine, sometimes that's not so easy. So I'm looking at some alternative water source development tech, working with the USGS to do some research on it. And I'm excited to share with you what we've been doing so far. So this is what I'm going to spend the next half hour kind of gabbing at you about, but by all means, interrupt me, stick your hand up, and we can make this conversational. I'm going to talk really briefly about some of the reasons why this type of technology even matters to begin with. That should say 1, 2, 3. This is one of those fun conversions between Google Slides and PowerPoint. Apologize for that. Then I'm going to kind of describe the technical aspects of the type of well that I've been evaluating, and then give you some initial results from what is the beginning of what I anticipate will be a long-term study. Okay. So first of all, we all know that drought affects all ag production areas. In Maine, I'm sure you guys remember 2020. That was a brutally dry year. Working with Glenn and Renae and a bunch of other folks across all sorts of different industries in Maine, we did a response survey to try and get our hands around what kind of an effect that drought had on different sectors. Obviously, 2020, there was also that late frost. So all of the crop losses that happened that year were not exclusively related to the drought, but it was a pretty big influence for a lot of folks. You can see in this column here, this is the tree fruit column, and the y-axis is the estimated percent loss that was reported by the folks who filled out the survey. There's a pretty big range. We've got some people who didn't have any loss, and we've got some people who had 100% loss. It's all self-reported, so there's no verification. But you can see drought obviously matters for the bottom line. And when we talk about drought, I'm sure you all have seen or logged on to the US Drought Monitor. How many people have not heard about the Drought Monitor ever? A few people, okay. So this is a great tool, and this is also one of the tools that FSA uses to identify disaster areas for payments. So it's something that kind of pays to be familiar with and keep your eyes on. You can get pretty fine-grained updates that come right to your email inbox. But the main thing that I want to kind of emphasize about drought in the Northeast is that we're actually, like, when you look across the whole year, we're seeing more water, not less, but we're also at the same time experiencing drought periodically. And it's really spatially variable. It lasts a different amount of time, it hits with a different amount of intensity, and it happens, regularly or not regularly, pretty differently depending on where you are. So you kind of have to be prepared for both dry periods and wet periods. We all know this from experience. And there are consequences, obviously, of not having water when you need it. How many people in this room feel like they have access to enough water for their needs? All right, so maybe like half of you, maybe a little less than half, 40%. And for those of you who don't, do you have access to some water, just not enough? Is that the vibe? Yeah? All right, that's great. You guys are gonna love what's coming later because this is all about kind of supplementing the water that you already have. The other reason to consider diversifying your water source is because Maine and a lot of places in the Northeast have a real problem with arsenic contamination. Now, I don't want to pile on to Glenn's warnings about PFAS, but arsenic is a big problem in our area. It's in the bedrock. It is most quickly kind of transported into the human body through water. So arsenic's in the air, it's in our food, it's in the water, but really the only medium that gets it into our bodies in a way that's physically harmful is through the water. Acute arsenic contamination can lead to a whole host of negative health outcomes, including cardiovascular disease, lung disease, all sorts of different cancers. It's very serious. And we know, like I mentioned, our neck of the woods, because we've got arsenic in the bedrock, we have a lot of incidences of contamination. So in this figure, which was published in a paper by one of my colleagues, Joseph Ayotte of the USGS New England Water Science Center, you can see the size of the dot corresponds to the level of contamination in the wells that they tested. And if it's a red dot, it was a contaminated well. If it's an open circle, it was a non-contaminated well. And you can see the proportion there is pretty striking. We're going to get to the fun stuff soon, I promise. This just kind of reinforces the same point. We've got a lot of arsenic in a lot of private wells in Maine. And in this area, you can see there's some pretty clear correlation between the type of bedrock, which is up here on the upper left, the contamination that shows up in private wells, the contamination level here in micrograms. So this little symbol, which some of you in the back can't see, it looks like a U with a tail on the front end, is a microgram. The higher micrograms are darker in this map. And then this last one is the chances that the well is going to be contaminated over the EPA's current limit, which is 10 micrograms per liter. So it's pretty.
The left and right button.
Thank you.
And the middle round button.
Oh, so much easier. Okay, so all that kind of stuff. Now let's talk about something that might help us get at two things. One is our ability to respond to drought by having access to enough water. And two, the same technology which can help reduce exposure to arsenic from drinking water. And this is a novel shallow well is what we're calling it. It's also called an enviro well for reasons that I'll explain in a minute. And my group has been testing this technology at 3 sites in Maine. To give you a sense of how it works really quickly, what I'm going to be talking about is basically building an artificial aquifer in unconsolidated till material, glacial till material. So this is the layers of earth that sit on top of the bedrock. So if we're not going down into the bedrock, we're not getting exposed to the arsenic that's there, right? Check, that's great. An aquifer is, if you don't already know, composed of all of the tiny spaces in between the soil particles, the soil and the rock particles. All of those air pores are where water can flow through, unless it's kind of blocked by an impermeable material. So that is the type of material that makes this technology possible. This is kind of the general range in the United States of where this type of soil exists that we could potentially build these types of wells. And the potential is really, really good. So according to the USGS, what we're looking at in till aquifers is potentially 70% of active groundwater storage, which is much, much higher than what's in bedrock. All right, here is the schematic. This is a design that my colleague Joe patented. USGS patented it on his behalf. Basically, what you're looking at is a 20 to 25 foot deep pit with 15 to 20 feet width, and then another kind of 15 to 20 feet in the opposite direction. It's a big hole in the ground, right? You lay a well screen, like a 6-inch well screen at the bottom, and you connect it to a riser, and then you fill it about 2/3 the way up with crushed stone. And the crushed stone is pretty big, so it has pretty big porosity, right? We estimate it's about 40% porosity. You cap that with a geotextile, and then you put native till right back on top of it. That serves as a filtration. So one of the problems that we typically hear about with traditional shallow wells, just like those pits that you see in people's backyards and have those kind of like cement cracked tops, is A, they don't have a lot of storage and they tend to dry out pretty quickly, and B, they're like super attractants for microbial contamination because it's whatever animal is in the area that poops around it, then you've got kind of E. coli potential. All right, so you cap it with your native till, and then you cover it back up and you plant your grass and you mulch it down, and it looks just like a normal drilled well. You kind of have to treat it like a septic. You shouldn't be like driving your trucks in it. But for all intents and purposes, what the technology is doing is it's hiding this artificial aquifer underneath the ground. Because there's such a large surface area with this giant pit, you've got this constant inflow of water coming in through the glacial till and being stored in the crushed stone. Make sense? All right. When we started this project, this was patented by USGS, as I said. Since we started the project, the patent was licensed by a company called EnviroWell. I'm now legally obligated to tell you that. They now charge a fee for people who want to use this technology. However, I would say one of the benefits of this technology is it's not rocket science, and many people have put them in for themselves. including John Snell, who's here, who I will throw some questions to in a minute. All right, so this is a schematic of the first well that we put in, actually the second well that we put in the Old Town Whittard Farm that's part of the University of Maine Agri-Experiment Station. Part of the reason that we only put it into 14 feet was that we hit ledge. And that's a really important part of this design, is that you can't go down past when you hit rock. However, you can change the dimensions. You can make it longer, you can make it narrower. We really haven't done a tremendous amount to understand how changing the dimensions affects things like the refill rate of the well or the pumping rate or the safe yield, but those are all things that we are looking into, and the reason why we have 3 of these and we'd like to install more. These are shots from construction, not of one of our wells, but of a different one that Joe was putting in New Hampshire. So you can see, you dig the pit, and if you're lucky, you're hitting water, right? So you might have to be pumping out while you're digging this. You lay in some of the crushed stone to give your lateral well screen something to rest on. And then it's kind of tricky, but you have to like string some wires to keep your riser pipe upright while you fill in the rest of the crushed stone in the till. When you're done, like I said, it doesn't look like much. We started this assessment project actually in 2022. This is a second well that is at Hart Farm in Olden, Maine, and I'll show you kind of an aerial view of it in a second. A much smaller capacity, but good to kind of get a different sense of how it performs in a different place. These are our 3 sites, Old Town, Olden, and Monmouth at Highmoor. And then these are just some close-ups of the wash stone that we use, although you don't need to use wash stone, and putting in the riser pipes. One thing to keep in mind, when we started this project, Joe really sold it to me because he was like, anybody who has a backhoe can go and put one of these things in. And it wasn't until we put in the one in Old Town that I was like, this is a really big safety issue. Unless you know how to handle your equipment and can build kind of a gradient to get into the hole, I'd recommend having a professional do it, which increases the cost, but I think is something to be aware of. So this is kind of just to show you the variation in what the storage potential can be. And also kind of describe how we changed the dimensions as we were doing the construction. So the Old Town site was the first one that I was really involved in working on, because we hit ledge at 14 feet, and that was about 10 feet more shallow than we were hoping for. We decided to extend it out from 20 feet in width to 50 feet. Jury's still out and how smart that was. But then the way that we're calculating the storage is we are only using the volume that we assume is coming from the crushed stone fill area. So that gets us at about 30,000 gallons, which is not a ton of water. But again, the idea is that if you pump it out or you pump it mostly out, that you're recharging over potentially a 24 or 48 hour period. So it's a supplemental water source. And the fact that this is way cheaper to put in than a drilled well, it means that you can potentially use it carefully, strategically, and improve your water access.
An acreage of water a day.
Yeah, pretty much. For that size well. But what if you were to make it bigger? What if you put in 2? I think it's part of like the water landscape farm. The Holden well, they are using this in a mixed vegetable and mixed animal operation, and they irrigate about an acre off of it out of 13,000 gallons. They probably under irrigate, but it is effective for their needs. Again, part of kind of the broader landscape of their water management strategy. They're also going to be putting in a pond solely for irrigation, but it's been working well for them for the last 3 or 4 years. 3 years. And then the Monmouth well, which you can see here, we've been using the same contractor, and he's getting fancier with like, now he realizes how much time we spend tromping around these two risers, and so he's making us a nice gravel pad to stand on. That well just went in kind of late summer last year, so we are just getting started with figuring out what it can do. The placement of where these wells go is really important. You obviously can't dig in a wetland if you want to get federal funds at any point, but adjacent to a wetland is not a bad place to be. And we definitely have hit legacy drain tile in some of the wells that we've put in. So there's, water coming into the artificial aquifer that way too. All right, this is the Hart Farm well. The actual place that it's installed is kind of right around here. Can't really even see it. We're also putting in these test wells around the actual well itself because we're trying to figure out how pumping affects the hydrology. This is an example of some of our pump tests. We've really just been getting our feet under us and trying to understand how long we have to run the pump test to see what the reaction is and to actually calculate the safe yield, which is the amount that you can pump and the speed that you can pump without actually damaging the well. Because just like in other types of wells, if you overpump, if you draw it out too fast and too hard, you run the risk of sucking sediment into your well screen, which can really diminish the functioning of the well. It's possible to reverse if you blow it out the other direction, but it's not fun. So this is one of our initial pump tests. The dotted line is the main well, and the other lines are those test wells that are installed around in the till. And you can see that in this case, over a 20-hour period, this was not long enough for it to fully recover. Same thing in Old Town, we're running similar tests. We're kind of taking it out for 2 days, and I think we need to do longer. The other hope and dream is that we'll be able to characterize it like in a rainy period, how long does it take it to recover versus in a dry period? So kind of getting at that degree of understanding about what's going on. Yeah.
Rachel, when you're doing this, you're getting those low flows.
Yeah.
Why aren't we designing to at least the standard flow for what you need to irrigate an acre between 20 to 30 gallons a minute? I mean, that's barely a quarter of an acre at a time.
Yeah, it's true. Well, that's a good point, Trevor. I think in this case, the pump rate for us is actually constrained by the fact that our outlet is a quarter mile away and the pump only does 10 gallons a minute. So we're losing the drag from that distance. And I think it's also, we didn't know how much we would get out of it.
You got something that's scalable now, which is good.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's scalable. And having done this now, I think we'd have a better insight into the design, for sure. The thing it leads me to ask is how big can you go and still have it be functional? And does it need to be all in one place, or can you connect multiple wells together? The nice thing about the Old Town well is that we have the USGS running permanent monitoring on it, or sorry, hourly monitoring on it. So you too could go to this website and see what's going on in Old Town, should you so desire. But for us, it's really interesting because we're able to really see how much variation there is at that site. It is adjacent to a wetland area. And that helps us kind of better understand the data that we get from our pump test as well. Yes, Glenn.
So what's that dip in November 24?
That's a really good question. I think it was when the sensors were malfunctioning. You can see some gaps too. We had some problems with the sensors.
I assume the positive are rain events?
Yes, and do notice that the Y scale is kind of moving from 0. So 0 would be the water's right up at the surface.
That's the one time it rained in November.
Yeah. Well, this would be distance from surface, and that's closer to like what 9 feet. These would be rainfall events up here. That could have been an irrigation event. That could be one of our pump tests. I'd have to go back and look. All right, so where are we going next? I have a great lab manager who took a bunch of these odd transducers and helped wire them up for us. I put together this kind of Frankenstein-looking monitoring system, and he said, well, I did robotics in high school. I could make that a lot prettier if you wanted me to. So he's got it all rigged for me. And the way we'll run the pump test from now on is we will put the transducers out into the test wells for the week before we pump. We'll pump it hard, and then we'll let it run for another week or so to see what the long-term reaction is. Doing some water quality testing to make sure that our assumptions about keeping the water safe from E. coli contamination are correct. My hunch is that every well is going to have to get characterized by the person who puts it in to figure out exactly how much they can pump out of it at a time. When I started this project, I thought that I'd be able to kind of put together a table and you could track it by the dimensions of the well and make an assumption about what your recharge rate would be. But now that I've done it 3 times, I think the actual, the till around the well and the conductivity of the till around the well is going to be a big influence. And so you have to, I'll probably recommend that people run a series of tests to track it and understand the performance of their own situation. I don't know, John, if that would be something that you would want to speak to.
Our location was almost perfect for this. I had heard Joe Aon talk about this at the Manchester Vegetable Growers Conference probably, I don't know, 5 cycles ago, so 10 or 12 years ago. But our field where this well is, when I was a kid, was actually a very wet hay field. And the orchard's up high and things drain down, they hit the clay. So there's a heavy loam clay. Then about 30 inches down, there's about 6 or 8 inches of what's beach sand that has water flowing in it. And then it's clay beneath that and it goes to a hard pan. So we dug a hole that was about 9 feet deep, but the water in our case is coming in that sand layer. So once you open the hole up, the sand layer is basically all around the perimeter of the hole, and it's easier to run into the void than it is to keep going. And other tile lines we had in this heavy field, in the spring, we had measured them and they were running like 25 gallons a minute. It's really wet. And we had made a reservoir for the greenhouses by burying a big 3,000 septic tank and just cutting the tile line, and it ran in and it ran out. And so when I heard Joe talk about, I said that would really work on our site. So we put that in, and it was one of the best things that we did. It cost us around $11,000. And we ran lines to some of the greenhouses, there's lines to the barn. We actually filled the sprayer with this water. It's very pure because it's running through the sand. The pH is about 6.2, so it's pretty good spray water. We used it last year when it was dry. They ran some drip out of it, and we were able to pump it dry. But it recharges, even when it's dry, really fast. Those tile lines that run 25 gallons a minute in the spring might only be running 3 or 4 gallons in what would seem like a drought. But on our particular site, this actually worked quite well. But it's, if you just pictured clay with sand sandwiched in between water-bearing sand, and you feel of that sand, it feels just like beach sand. But it's worked really well.
Thank you. So that is what I have. I think just to kind of like summarize, I think we all know that getting enough water can be a challenge. Getting clean water can be a challenge. I think this is an example of some technology that could be really helpful. It's relatively less expensive than drilling wells, and when it comes to arsenic, is much safer. However, this has really been one of the projects that we've been kind of shoestringing along as we have the time. So I think after a while longer, I'll have a better understanding of what the actual parameters are and what the actual usefulness will be. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions.
You have to know what your ground. Wouldn't you have to know what your level of the groundwater was during a drought? Because I know we've got land that gone down 20 some odd feet. And in the spring or something, the water level was pretty high, but in a drought, it's bone dry 20 feet down.
That is a really good question, and that's part of why I think kind of doing site-specific assessments is the way to go. But the nice thing about this tech is, you bring in a well driller to drill a test well, and you're going to be on the hook for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, whether you hit water or not. This, you can bring a backhoe in and dig down 6-10 feet for a couple $100, or you can do it yourself, and that'll give you a sense of whether or not you have an appropriate place to put it. If it's a dry 20 feet down, it might not be the best location. I'm not saying this is like the panacea for everybody, or that it's going to work in every situation.
Yeah, you passed over this wetland issue. Am I mistaken? I thought you could potentially alter 4,200 square feet without any needing for any permits from anybody. Can you address that? Let's say you could do 4,200 square feet. Wouldn't a wetland be a better place to dig down if you have a better recharge?
I feel like this is a trick question coming from a former state employee. I actually didn't know about the exemption. I had just always had the pants scared off me in an informal kind of way. Don't mess with the wetlands. But if that were not true and you were able to go that far into a wetland, yes, that would be ideal. Thank you. Here,
I'm sorry, Rachel, why don't you put?
We want the people who are online to benefit from your brilliance, Trevor.
Be sure you turn it on.
Go first, Eric.
So I have experience putting one in a converted wetland. So we're close to a brook in an orchard, and it worked, but not for drinking water because it tasted like the bog.
Delicious. Test your water before you drink it.
So the other thing might be in that design, I'd put a filter fabric around the whole hole and the layer, not just the top, especially if you're in peaty or wetter land soils, to stop all of your suspended solids from going into that expensive stone that you're putting in there to act as your aquifer.
I think that's a good point, and something that we haven't really talked about or considered. We also don't have a ton of long-term data about like the continual functioning of the well, and we haven't done any estimations about what that kind of infill from the sides would be if you didn't put in the fabric. I do think the fabric would slow down the recharge.
I don't think it would slow down the recharge, but it would help the infiltration of non-standard particulates. And if you took material from the septic world also, where you use septic dispersal pipes as infiltration pipes into your PVC matrix for your well, because that's also covered in geotextile, you'd have double layers of security there, so you're not bringing as much contaminants into your water.
Cool. Those are great ideas.
Thank you. Going. 30 gallons a minute, that's your target.
All right, I think I might be at my time, so I will say thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Rachel. Any last questions? Rachel, you'll be around for a little bit. She's got to go. Okay. Well, she's got email. And
You go to the last slide, my email.
There you go. Rachel.Schattman@maine.edu. Okay, Fred, you're up.
First of all, thanks, Glenn. That lets me give you guys a little bit of an update. There's not really much to update. There's been a lot of talk about supplies and prices and everything. There's a lot of noise, as a lot of people have said around. And it's not all noise, but as far as prices go, it seems like everything's normal. And you can expect, if you were to do the same thing that you did last year, you're looking at 3 to 6% more than what you spent last year, which is about where you are every year. Most of the products that are going to be used in season this year are already on the right side of the border, so it's not really going to affect us at this point. As far as supplies, there's been some rumors on cactan issues, strep issues, or shortages, and we're not seeing any of that. There's plenty. We have strep in the building enough that we've supplied for the last 2 years. So we don't, barring any black swan event, as they say, we're not looking at anything that would cause any issues on that. Dormant oil, the bile cover. There's going to be plenty where it's a little bit delayed in shipment. It's supposed to be in our house by the end of this month, the 24th. We're going to receive it all in, so it's plenty of time for anybody that's going to need it here. There are some products that have gone down. How that's going to affect anybody individually, who knows? It's on certain products. The biggest thing that has moved recently in the last couple of days, which I spent some time, and a lot of us did, trying to get some price comparisons out for people, and it's probably not worth the paper is printed on, because things are still moving, things are still changing. The answers that I get is it's normal. People are nervous making commitments as far as manufacturers and buying any AIs to make the products for the next run, which again is not going to be anything that's used this year. So going forward, who knows what that means? But right now, it's nothing too drastic. Bravo, chlorothalonil, Bravo, and our brand Initiate, that has made a big jump in the last week. And so anything that is the new order at that point might be affected. On mancozeb and pancozeb is steady. Any mancozeb that comes from us will not be Roper. Roper is no longer available. It'll be a Manzate Pro Stick, most likely. Will be the product that we have. And then thinking about the spray grow programs, when you're thinking about what you're going to do for this summer, and we get together or what have you and go over that. As Vincent was saying today, everybody's situation is different. You need to recognize what your goals are and what you want for production, and also your tolerances for different things, because that's going to make a big difference in what you use. I mentioned that if you were to do the same thing as last year, it might be a little bit picked up, but you might want to think about not doing the same thing as you did last year. Things, depending on what your goals and their tolerances are. If something picked up that that you don't like to see, well, maybe we need to change something on that. That's always the thing. The other thing is coming down the line, and I think some of the people that come into our meeting next Thursday, suppliers might touch on this. There's not anything new coming down the road as far as active ingredients and new products to help with different challenges that we have. So in my mind, all these sanitizers and biologicals that everybody's been wanting us to try and use and what have you, it might be the time to start doing some testing of our own on your own place and seeing how these can fit into a program. If we don't have any new chemistries coming down the line and we continue to use the same thing over and over again, we're gonna run into problems. We're gonna burn out products, we're gonna develop some resistance, maybe more on one location than another. You know? So the only way to know, nobody's been wanting to try a lot of these biologicals because of cost. And there's no doubt that it is more expensive and the efficacies may or may not be there. But the data that everybody shares, which according to Vincent, I don't know if you believe the vendors, but it does enhance the efficacy of some of our standard products. So down the line, that might extend the usefulness of our standard products, which is going to benefit everybody, especially if there's nothing new coming. So the only thing that stays the same is change, right? So we have to keep looking at new things and seeing how they fit in for us. Now, how it fits in for one person, it might not fit in for another person. So you have to know and try different things to go along and see what works for you. That's just my tip, I guess. So other than that, Brian and I are hosting our meeting, our growers meeting next Thursday night at the Auburn River Watch. I think I've sent most of you, or if not all of you, invites anyway. If you have an RSVP, please just let me know. Don't want anybody to go hungry. That's it.
Thanks, Fred. Any comments, questions? I did offer a speaking slot to Tim Donovan from Harris Farming, just, they were playing fair, and he wanted to be here, but he had another engagement, so he couldn't, but maybe next year. So next up is Alex Peacock from the Board of Pesticide Control.
Thank you, Glenn. Yes, my name is Alex Peacock. I'm the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control. I'm going to go ahead and start handing out the credit forms so we can move things along here. I'll have Glenn pass it around. It's 3 credits today. Obviously, it's the we're at the tree fruit preseason meeting. You guys want to just pass those around? Great. This one, right here.
Yeah, the right arrow advances. The thing in the middle is the pointer.
Thank you. This is kind of our general update that we've given to all our meetings here this winter and early spring. So I'm going to be sitting through a lot of slides, many of which you've probably already seen at the the Ag Trade Show. I'm going to touch on the Endangered Species Act mitigation measures a little bit. And do want to mention that just today we had a bill hit the floor, LD 1201, which seeks to exempt EPA registered products from the PFAS legislation here in the state of Maine. So we don't have a public hearing for that set. Like I said, just the language just dropped for that today, but it does seek to exempt any Section 3 registered products from the PFAS legislation. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. I also want to say, I know there's lots of different lists between what we published here in Maine in 2022, chemical active ingredients that meet the definition of PFAS. Now, Maryland has gone with similar definition of legislation, has produced a list. I believe Minnesota and of course California. So if there's any active ingredients that you are, particularly concerned about losing, please, drop us an email at pesticides@maine.gov. One of the current positions of the rule is that if we can prove necessary use of a product that contains PFAS, there's a way to work for an exemption. So if there's any, materials you're very concerned about losing, please let us know, because it's a myriad. There's, as we've all talked about, there's multiple different definitions of PFAS, and sometimes can be even debated whether or not the fluorine is actually attached to the carbon. So it's a wide array of things. So thank you for having me here today. My background is in forestry, arboriculture. In previous life that you might have seen me doing that, not as gracefully as this gentleman, but definitely spent my time amongst the trees. So today, actually, I have some basic updates, updates some rules, BPC staff, as we are currently changing over quite a bit. So as you know, our website has a wealth of information. Always welcome to tune into our board meetings, hear what's happening amongst the board, rulemaking, and so just staying on top of everything. As you can see, we keep an updated spreadsheet here of all the registered pesticides in the state of Maine as they continue to roll in. We have the deadline of December 31st every year, but as new products come in, we work with the registrants, other products we come online all year long. So our current staff, of course, the top is the director, John Petrosky, who you probably have had here the last several years, retiring at the end of this month. So we all, he's going to be sorely missed in our office. He's kind of our glue, keeps us all together, but well preserved retirement and sent me in his place. So we're very happy to have a new toxicologist on staff, Dr. Doug Van Hoek. They'll be digging into PFAS definitions and all that information. He's currently been working on risk assessments for the products used for spruce bug controls. We are expecting probably about 300,000 acres to be applied this season for spruce bug control. Our manager's compliance position is currently open. Just got advertised today, and we're happy to bring on Jacob Richard. It's not Richard, it's just Jacob Richard up in Ursa County. It's our new inspector up there after the retirement of Keith Brown, which another big loss to our division. Great inspector, but he is on temporary status to help train Jacob, which is a huge help. Just roughly, it's our how we have the state split up into the 6 districts. Our 5 inspectors covering each exclusive region. As of March the 4th, we had over 10,000 secondary registrations. Almost 550, about 25 Bs with the minimum risk pesticides that don't require repeated registration, but we do register those here in Maine. And I think you're all aware of the change in the pesticide definition that the legislature pushed through a few years ago in connection with PFAS to register adjuvants. So we can determine if those products contain a PFAS. So we're at 261 adjuvants, which is great because that's been a big struggle. Not a lot of states register adjuvants, so getting the manufacturers to properly register them has been a big lift. As far as current legislation, as you brought about, LD 1201 dealing with exempting pesticide or PFAS pesticides for use by licensed applicators here in the state of Maine. That bill is specific to licensed applicator use. Just recently, we had a pesticide notification bill. I don't know if you all familiar with that, but the original iteration of this bill was that anybody applying pesticide within, whether it was, rosemary oil to your vegetable garden or, agricultural application, we're gonna have to notify everybody within 500 feet of you, 7 days prior to the application. Thank you, I'm sure many of you and many folks in the industry reached out to the sponsors of that bill, which quickly got amended to to a more defined notification amendment dealing with rodenticide replacement. The crux of that bill was really about concerns about rodenticides. So the work session yesterday that was currently tabled by the ACF committee to be brought up at a later date. You want to touch here a little bit on the Endangered Species Act and mitigations. You may have heard a little bit about this. We're very fortunate that Dr. Cameron Douglas, who was with the USDA, was able to provide these slides. And the Office of Pest Management Policy, that's all they've been doing for about the past 5 years, working on educational materials, trying to be able to provide us and other state lead agencies with materials so that we can educate everybody on these endangered species mitigations. What I want to say is that there's a lot to unfold with these, but that most of you in this room are already doing all the mitigations that are going to be required by these labels. This is going to take years and years to unfold. As you hear about these strategies, the strategies aren't for you guys, the strategies are for EPA to evaluate each active ingredient as it comes up for re-registration. And then once a pesticide is re-registered, the new label that comes out will then potentially have mitigation measures depending on its impacts on listed species. So there will be label changes. We said not many in 2025. You only really, you're starting to see these mitigation measures on new active ingredients that are coming into the market as they've been evaluated under these new strategy programs. So, Endangered Species Act came into play in 1973. Essentially what happened was the inception of the Endangered Species Act, EPA under FIFRA, when they were registering products, were supposed to be evaluating pesticides for their impacts on endangered species. They essentially didn't do that for 50 years. Numerous courts have found that EPA did not comply with these efforts, and so through this mega lawsuit, EPA developed these rodenticide strategy, rodenticide, fungicide, insecticide, herbicide strategies to evaluate pesticides for their impacts on endangered species. And that included, cooperation with, obviously U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service, collectively known as the services, are responsible for, the endangered species list, conducting biological evaluations for these pesticides to determine not only if there are impacts directly to the species if they're exposed, but to their habitats as well. That's why herbicides can, distributed herbicide could, impact the food source for endangered species, or particularly, fish and marine resources as well. So again, the mega lawsuit brought this all about. You probably know the herbicide strategy has already been published. The rodenticide strategy, we expect the final version of the insecticide strategy is supposed to be coming out here at the end of this month, and fungicide strategy in 2026. And part of this comes from the fact that, the Endangered Species Act was considered to be, quite successful. Over 99% of the endangered species on the list are still out there, and since the inception, 291 species have been delisted due to population increases. Why this is so important was basically the courts found there's basically three options: remove all pesticides from the marketplace. Then where would we be? If they revoked all registration of pesticides, we wouldn't have any of those tools. Option two was to restrict use to crop sites in counties and states without listed species or critical habitats. And the second three was to create these mitigation measures to protect endangered species. So these mitigation measures come about, it could, it's going to depend on field by field location where you're going to apply. It could be the timing of the year, depending on when the, species that is, that is there is a concern. We can get into a little bit here in Maine what we have, but, one big concern certainly was, with the monarch butterfly, what would that look like if that became an endangered species? And, all of the United States. But it sounds like current administration is backtracking on the effort to list monarch butterflies at this current juncture. Why now? Because of course. And again, a lot of people say, "Oh well, administration change, will this change?" EPA was found guilty of not complying with Endangered Species Act. So unless Endangered Species Act is repealed by Congress, nothing's really going to change. EPA basically acknowledged their guilt, did not challenge it to appeals court. Numerous courts across the country found them guilty of not abiding by the Endangered Species Act. So these are currently listed species per county here in the state of Maine. You see the coastal communities due to American sturgeon, salmonids, and other aquatics, marine species. There's more species along the coastline and interior. Different strategies when they're about to come out. A lot of the concerns around these strategies were, you're looking at things on a county basis. So they developed the Vulnerable Species Pilot Project. One thing that helped, instead of looking at the range of the endangered species, looking at the actual habitat. One of the early ones we looked at was the salamander. It was salamander's habitat and food source really in the middle of the soybean field in Georgia. No, it wasn't. Habitat was in the adjacent streams and other locations. So changing those mitigations to protect the habitat as opposed to the entire range, right? Just because your hay field is, your potato field, corn field is there, doesn't mean, that's the habitat of species. So again, it's going to go away, not likely. As you can see, hopefully we don't have too many labels currently for use here in the state of Maine that requires, access to bulletins live too, but more and more will be coming. So you can see here, pink shaded in Worcester County is what's called a PULA, the pesticide use limitation area, where if your field falls, within the pink locations within the PULA, you may be subject to applying mitigation measures when you are applying. And it could restrict your timing, could restrict what type of application you're going to make, and possibly even the rate. So it's there's a lot to unpack. I heard somebody say before, you have your everybody has an accountant to do their taxes. There are services now that are ramping up to provide consultation services, so you can navigate these mitigations. So how will labels change? They'll be, you're starting to see it now. It's going to, there'll be whole sections on the label about endangered species protection, whether or not you need to refer to bulletins live too, and what's, although we're trying to really, let EPA know. Thinking about the internet as an extension of the label is a problem in my view. So you have a label on your container, look at that label. The label's going to tell you got to go to one website, maybe two websites, depending on your application. not to mention QR codes that are coming out. It's really getting a little bit messy. So you have the Bolton's Live 2 to see if try to determine if you're in a pesticide use limitation area. If you're in an area prone to erosion and runoff, there's a whole other website mitigation menu to determine mitigations for erosion control and runoff. That being said, you know, most folks in this room are already implementing those practices. You know, if your field is prone to runoff and you know, runoff and erosion, probably already done contouring or you know something of that nature to prevent that. So you know, working with NRCS, we tried to get them to say if you're in a you know, conservation reserve program, you know, you should be totally exempt from those mitigations because you're already you know doing all these things. But that being said, that's not the way things have gone. But you know, we will continue to you know continue with our outreach and education. This isn't the first time, sure, this isn't the first time you heard this, and we'll continue to try to keep everybody up to speed. And you know, please feel free to reach out, particularly as you know things start changing on the labels. You know, we can certainly help navigate those changes. Just an example of some of the first label changes going on here. They are implementing a point system, you know, depending on your location, what your application is. Sometimes you might need 6 points, might need 9 points. You already have 3 points depending on the county you're in. Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a heavy lift. That's all I can say about that. They're trying to create the mitigation calculators on EPA's website, so you can plug in all of your information, determine if you meet the requirements. We'll see how that all pans out as things move forward. Spray drift mitigation. We already have very strict spray drift rules here in Maine. I think everybody's aware of those, and particularly in this room, you know, we don't anticipate any issues with the spray drift mitigation factors. Backyard mosquito sprays, that's a whole other story. Most of our complaints on drift are from you know, residential applications. Very rarely have agricultural drift complaints, and when we do, it's very rare that we have positive results when we go out and sample. It's a, you know, buffering. I mean, I think everybody here is pretty well aware. There needs buffer. They need to be aware of the wind directions and activities going on around them and prevent off-target deposition of pesticides. Here, for example, is they've already coded for every county in the United States with potential for erosion and runoff. So, for instance, if you have mitigations for erosion and runoff on your label, you need to obtain 6 points to be able to apply at the full rate that you want to. If you're in Franklin County or Oxford County, you've already got your 3 points. Most of the counties in Maine have 2 points already, so an example of where these points are coming from. Yeah, Bulletin's Live 2. Bulletin's Live 2 has been around for a little while. We don't have too many products again here in Maine that require mitigation under the pesticide use limitation areas. But just be aware of it as will start popping up on labels. And it used to be, a few products we had, like I think Prowl, was one that had bulletins. And of course, there were no bulletins here in Maine regarding that product. But there was, go to Bulletin's Live 2 or call this 800 number. You call the 800 number, to MDC and nobody picked up. So we actually sat in a workshop with other state agencies, and the guys stood up and just called the number and said, look, you know, how are they going to get the information? How are producers going to get the information they need? So we'll just you know, keep trying to get the word out, and you know, I want everybody to be too scared about it, but it's just something to be aware of. As labels change, said here with the our only real Pula in the rest of the county deals with Sanitronilprol, and it's only mitigations based on aerial spraying. Many people are using this product in aerial application, but I can tell you our aerial application is very, very small here in the state of Maine. So this year with forestry. So for more information, you know, it's QR code gets you to the EPA website, which is challenging to navigate in and of itself, but there is a ton of information there, biological evaluations that are continuing, and even, you know, just keeping up to speed on you know, proposed interim decisions by EPA and future you know, label changes that are coming. A few updates. Let's see. We have a lot of information here about drift that we're not worried about you guys. And drift here. Obviously, you know, important factors, droplet size, whether light nozzles, and there's room based on the discussions about calibration and everything I had heard today. You know, I don't have any concerns. Your ability to prevent drift. Anyway, I do like this slide. I just want to throw it up to everywhere I see just droplet size and potential for drift. You know, obviously, the finer the droplet, the more potential for drift, which is why we have such a huge problem with these max backpacking blowers in small residential areas. When you're looking at a very fine spray that in a 3 mile per hour wind drifts 1,100 feet, yeah, you're spraying the neighbors too. So, you know, as we all know, the state of Maine applying to somebody else's property either through drift or direct application is a violation. Weather concerns, you know, obviously labels and law. Please always feel free to reach out if you have questions about a label, and particularly as the measures are coming forward, or just any label interpretation as it is, because we all know labels are very complicated, hard to read, and sometimes intentionally so. You know, EPA registered products, you know, label review positions that are, you know, entry level positions. So you're you see all kinds of quirky, you know, language in a label that doesn't always make sense the first time when you read it. So please don't hesitate to reach out. There was some discussion earlier about making applications in the rain, which always makes me cringe, but you know, again, be sure to you know, be aware of the label, be aware of the environmental hazards. There's a lot more pollinator protection stuff showing up on labels, so just please be aware of all that information as it continues to change. We're seeing more and more spray drift management, certainly sensitive areas in terms of, yeah, please do not forget to map and locate all of your sensitive areas within 500 feet of your spray application. Certainly, you know, everybody's heard of the forest urban land, you know, forest and urban interface, more people moving into the fire depths and ecosystems of the west, and forest fire to burn down people's homes. I feel like we have kind of a similar thing here with agriculture, more folks moving into agricultural communities from cities and urban areas. They've never seen agricultural applications before, and they get concerned. I mean, we get calls for people, you know, we had one over in Freiburg, people called to complain because the corn dryer was running 24/7. Well, welcome to agriculture. So, if you have any incidents with neighbors, please, reach out to us. We can help educate them that, these are necessary applications, right to farm laws in play. I mean, all the municipal ordinances that we're continuing to pop up, we're continually making sure that there's no, remaining impacts to agriculture. Because it's also a violation of right to farm. Yeah, more and more minute information about controlling droplet size, and so on, because labels continue to get updated. Inversion, I think everybody is aware of inversion. A lot of this is for mosquito sprayers. And again, sensitive areas, we don't want anybody to be using glyphosate around there. Well, that doesn't really leach, but as we know over time, the more information we get, the more we're learning about, impacts to human health. So this particular one was this individual, that was their own wellhead. They sprayed all the way around the house, the shed. They didn't want to weed whack, but also they didn't want to see their neighbors weed whack. So they went all the way up and down the street on both sides and sprayed 3-foot swath of everybody's front yard. With their little Tractor Supply ATV sprayer that they brought up from their horse farm in Massachusetts. So, leaching, I think we're all aware of concerns about leaching. Obviously, we're mandated by statute to monitor groundwater, which we do every 7 years. Just wanted to plug National Pesticide Information Center. If folks are concerned about what you're applying, obviously, as you know, applicators, it's your responsibility. They're requested, you give them a label, give them the SDS, the product. But this is another great spot to refer to them. There's National Pesticide Information Center at Oregon State University. Tons and tons of information, lots of fact sheets about many of the active ingredients used in agriculture and elsewhere. So just a great resource. Even have a hotline, much like poison control. If people are concerned about their exposure to pesticide. The staff at NPIC are very well suited for risk communication. Have a better understanding of pesticides than even the poison control center does. So you can give those folks a call and help them talk them off the cliff. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out, email. Don't forget your pesticide credits today. Make sure you keep the yellow copy. I'll take the white copy back. A few minutes if anybody wants to have any questions. I don't know if you have the C director in attendance. So thank you all again for today. I always love coming to these meetings. I learned a wealth of information today.
Thanks, Alex.